Hello, everybody. Happy Monday. It's motherfucking Monday. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone's having a great day. Today we got some worky stuff planned, and then probably some maintenance of the Minecraft server, I think is my plan. I think I want to start by getting some of that set up, because I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to download the world. And that way I can have an offline version of it. Wah wah wee wah, wah wah wee wah, wah wah wee wah, wah wah wee wah wah. I'm trying to see. I think I just downloaded the world folder, so I'm just gonna download this to Minecraft, and then it's gonna be world, offline world. And then that will download in the background. Alrighty. Oop. Oh. Wrong button. There you go. Hello. Hello, everyone. So today we have some fun stuff happening. Why did that not
Mom,
go
where
off?
are you?
Oh, I'm right here. Hi, Vex. Thank you for the song, Redeem. I have a hat today. Oh. There we go. I should honestly get, like, the better hat set up, but I'm kind of lazy, so I'll do that later. Let me redo this. There you go. I realized I didn't tell you I got several things done since I've been in stream last. Understandable. What are the kind of things that you've done? What kind of things have you done? I feel like I'm forgetting something already. Alright, there we go. That's better. Alright, and then today we get to use our new orbital because he's cool. Boop. Okay, have big arm movement. Hold on, I really wish that the mini would be more transparent. Filters. 3D effect. It's this one. It'll be like there. Yeah, there we go. Alright, cool. Minimize this. I need to post that later. It's already downloaded. Poggin. This we can delete last Monday's. Delete video. Same can happen for this video. This one's already been uploaded. This is done. I'm just gonna show that over there. Okay, and then oh yeah, okay. 31 week of July 28th. I think I might redo these. Like, I feel like we don't need the bottom half. To be fair, we could just, no, it's fine. And then, let's see, the next one will be 44. I think we're doing art with Moira. I believe, if memory serves. Or Moira. Or with Moira. First name change. I'm Apple Pie. I've been trying to get a rebrand everywhere for the most part. I also made my own page, YouTuber, no breaking it. And the most recent being that I got a Spud tablet and customized it. However, I haven't done a debut yet. That was a lot. No problem. I understand. Excited fuck yeah. You've been doing a lot of hard work. I'm proud of you. But how are you doing? You having fun with your little new rebrand? I hope so. I hope so. Okay, yes, we are using what? 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 Oh my god, profile. Is my brain being incorrect? Have I looked up the incorrect information? You understand how to pronounce my name? Artisan? To pronounce the name much better. I'm glad that they like it, that people have been liking it more. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. A new person. Just going through prepping my scripts. Okay. That's the plan, at least. That was the plan, at least, for that. But we will see. However, I want to square up with OBS because it doesn't want to pick up the Spud tablet. Have you done it as, like, an application capture? Ooh, I want to do Pengy. No, we should do... Yeah, let's do Pengy when we do Archivist Netflix. So this one. This one. That's what my people do. Yup. Did you change the window type? Did you change, like, the capture method? Sometimes it could be the capture method. A new person. We have the... Random crazy fun facts. What the fuck? Mowo, welcome on in. Hi, how you doing? Wait. Oh, it's you, okay. Hi, Moiwa. Hello, okay, Poggin, okay. If it was clickable, I clicked it. Valid. You can maybe look at FAQs for that stuff. Maybe that'll help. But hello. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna change this to Mowo VT. That way I can have this. Just see, yeah, if while you're doing it, if you need help, because like I don't know what your setup looks like right now, so I don't really know what could be the issue. So yeah. What the fuck is this? Your brain is constantly eating stuff. This process is called phagocytosis, where cells envelop and consume small cell molecules to remove them from the system. Don't worry, phagocytosis isn't harmful, but actually helps preserve your gray matter. What in the fuck, Knuckles? Okay. Brand new person. Okay, that's for Kiwi. Top all. Pog. Off topic, if you want to see the model, it's in half exists where I do want to see it. It's not off topic. Never off topic. If you ever want to show me anything, I'm more than happy to see it. one. Is it? No, it would be in the artistry one. Aww. I love how colorful they are. And I like that you have the little guy, you have him with the pencil. Now I have to try and remedy OBS. Nah, no problem. If you have any specific questions, like, let me know. Or let me know in the Discord and stuff. Brain, think, brain, working hard. Okay. Hop yourselves. I don't have my PureRef open yet. I can close this because I had to re-render that video. My elbow itches. I took my meds. What? Okay, my brain is like at 100 miles a second, but at like no miles a minute at the same time. Also, but if I do this, then like the dark screens are like hard to see though. Shit. Filters. Maybe. But then if it's on a white screen, it's like, yeah, but most of my screens aren't light, so I think it'll be fine. Okay, cool. Make this. Oops. Make it bigger. Close this. Like, it decides to pick up everything else, but not the tablet. Let me see. I can try to help debunk it. Because I do have Spud tablet as well. Tools. And I don't have it set up, so this would be me essentially resetting it up. I say as I don't actually have the thing. Okay, let me go download it. Or my bad. Let me look at it. It's this one. And you have two different application ones, right? And hold on, let me just tablet and arm. Video editing, no, stream tools, save. I used to use the keyboard and mouse one a lot. There we go. Split tablet arm. Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. I'll say that's the size that we want it. Let's do an application. Or window capture. Window capture 2. Select a window. Let's do this one. That one seems pretty good. Alright, window capture 2. Split tablet arm. Cancel. Okay, and then you'd have to resize it. And then, like, for example, let's just resize it that big. And then you'd have to make sure that your arm is on the screen that you're wanting. Because, like, for example, if I go on the left side, the arm's gone. I'm on my left monitor. But if I'm on, like, my main monitor, then, like, it's all good. I don't know if that helps at all. Also, have it maximized on the screen that you want to interact with helps. I'm refresh proofing my basement in Minecraft. Very nice. Very nice. Maximum doodle power, all the doodle power. Next door. So what I'm seeing is that my OBS is speed. Hi Mew. Hi Waff. All day. Oh yeah, roll for fun. I have a few games that I want to do for this. There's Haunted House Renovation as a game. Haunted House Renovator. Wait, I wonder if they have a key mailer thing. Oh, do they? Request! Twitch, yes. Yes, give it. Give me a key. Give me a key. I can find me doing one before work. Oh, Vex gonna be stinky. Vex, you gonna be so stinky. That's okay. You can be stinky if you want to be stinky. Alright, do. Cozy Company. What is this one? Oh, yeah, it's that one. I have some. Oh, okay. Steal the Pig. Steal the Pig? What the fuck? There was. I wanted to play this one, Hungry Mem. Oh geez, you gotta have backups. One in the bag, one in the car, one hidden at work. That's true. If I just move OBS at this point, why move OBS? Oh, there is no cake. There's this one striving for light. Hold on, I gotta look at all these. No. Oh yeah, this one was cute. Well, there's 3 different. We thought you'd be interested on a new release. I read deodorant once in my job, but I worked in a grocery store, so I was safe. Oh, Pog. I don't know if I want to play any of these games, I'll be honest. No, Weed Shop Simulator? Look, what the fuck? No, there's no hot bitches in it. Damn, sad. Is there any ones that were like pre-approved for? Pre-approved? No. Ludaro? What is this one? Oh, this one looks cool. Ludaro, Trials of the Eternal Born. The dice are in motion, the boards are shifting. Every choice, every roll, every twist begins steering you closer to a victory or a disaster. Every roll is an opportunity to build your ticket, stack game-changing powers, defy the odds, and rewrite rules. The board is live and it won't go down without a fight. Wishlist now and prepare for the trials ahead. This game looks cute. This game looks cute. I might do that one this week. Let's see what else we got. Survival After War. Kaden, Meownitions. Narrow Arrow, Tree Kingdoms, Let's Journey, Mechanoid, Pirate Cove Simulator. Okay, I think I'll probably do Ludaro because this one seems cool. Can I still claim this? I want to do. I don't know. Alright. I mean, worst case scenario, we just do a game that we already have. So, yeah. Or we can play the demo for Haunted House Renovator. So, really, it's either or. I do want to break up. At this point, I have resorted to uninstalling and reinstalling. I don't know if that'll help. I'm gonna be honest with you, but I believe in you. And not in day. I might just do this game. It's like in theme with the last one we played, so. It's mixed reviews? Why has it got mixed reviews? I was strongly advised against picking up this game at this point. Release date is just not He has a lot of bugs. It really should have like carpet spawning underfloors. Okay, maybe we should wait a little bit for this game actually. Stop. Stop it. Remove from queue. Did we ever do one about Cache Cleaner Simulator? This is why OBS is something I don't like using, but I'm also not gonna choose to use anything else. I mean, that's valid. What do you mean they have another one? Slay the look. Oh, it makes everything pink. I like the other one. It was the last one, a quality of life update. It did look like they had a quality of life update. Did we ever do Cache Cleaning Simulator? No, we didn't. Let's do Cache Cleaning Simulator. I want to do Cache Cleaning Simulator. Cool. This one, simulator, cache. Slowly. Okay, so we're doing cache cleaning simulator. And then 19. Why does it say 8? Oh, because... Oh, goodness. Okay, I have done this all incorrect. So this is supposed to be 38. Oops. 38. Why can't I type? Why can't I type? Hello? Ooh. 38. 28. What? 38. Okay. And then... It's... Okay, so this is supposed to be 8. And this is supposed to be 19. Okay, there you go. So... this will be 10. Cannibal brains. And then, so that will go here. And then V stars, we got Pengy. So Pengy would be 20. 20 would be Pengy. I think that's all correct now. Yeah, the facial ordering text, and then we do club clips number 12. Should honestly be doing that part later. Edit dates. This will be for next Monday. 200. Edit dates. 3rd. Nope, wrong one. People say I won't get something for free. I love that nothing great about me. Edit dates. This is Friday. Edit dates. This is Thursday. No, Wednesday. So now when I try to pick it up as a game capture, it's a black screen of disappointment. And you have it maximized on the other screen? If I going to sleep. I'm talking about into date. Edit dates. The 3rd. So it'll be the 3rd, the 4th, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Yuppers. It shouldn't be a game capture. It should be a window capture. Have you tried? Well, no, you probably did a fresh window capture. I mean, worst case scenario, you just do it without the hand, you know? If the tablet works. Oh, looks like I goofed it all. Valid. It's okay. Technology's hard. Blech. Used to be. I just spilled juice on my shirt. Actually, it's not juice. It's advancedgg. You can get for 10% off if you use my link and code down below. Mwah. I forgot to comment on my own video. Fuck. Keep minimizing instead of keeping it up out of habit. No, that's valid. No, that's so valid. How's your weekend? That'll be my thing. I need a different emote. I'm so tired of this shit. Take a break. Take a break. No, go do something fun. If it's frustrating you, don't do it right now. To see what is to be. Someone yelling out my fucking window. I would appreciate it if they didn't. Heavy. Thank you for the head pats and the bonkers. How's it going? Okay, it's 2:39. I'm exhausted. Is it because of work? How was work? Also, what's happening? Oh, my back. Alright. Hold the sleeves up. I haven't opened no things in my brain. Okay, that. And undo these. 19 hours on Curse Forge is crazy. Pookie, I just don't turn my computer off on the weekends. I don't turn my computer off because I'm high and then I think I'll play video games. Like, I screencast it to my tablet and I try to play video games and then I end up falling asleep. Yep. One of the instructors wasn't here today, so it was extra stressful. Oof, I'm sorry. Well, if you're off work now, you can get some rest, and, you know, that'll be good for you. I think my tracking's off just by a wee bit. This one. If it was negative 30, would it still... What? Something seems off here. Where is this? Where? I'm not gonna get sleep for at least another 5-hour work. Ends in 20 minutes. I mean, you can take a little nap. You want to take a little nap? You have time for a nap? I like naps. Naps are pretty good. I like naps a lot. Alright, oh. I'm not gonna be able to sleep. Okay, everything works. Good job. It's 5 p.m. I don't see why you can't sleep. Take a little nap. I'm gonna get home at like 7. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's valid. I mean, you could get a little bit of that pep in that step. Get a little bit of coffee. Some tea if you're not a coffee person. Yeah, I think, yeah, we can start. I'm just gonna do this. Was it running down my spine? Thousands of times. See, nowhere where I'm supposed to be. It's alright, I'll go all night. Yeah, you know I love to get out. How can I lose control? You know love to get home, my love. What made earlier? I'm trying to find art. Thank you for the boob. I'm trying to find art of Moira because their art is beautiful, but not all of it is TikTok safe or Twitch safe. But it's very beautiful. Miss you all the time. I've been yeeted. I will crawl my way back soon. I like how simply greeting you is what let you know. Some people just do be doing. They just do be knowing. It's down to look at me. Walking these wars now. For 30. Much now. Let's do this. Hi, Chaotic. How are you doing? I hope you're doing okay and you haven't gotten hurt recently. Hope you had a good weekend as well. Thank you for the boot. Beep, 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 beep. I can't type. Today's just not a typing day for me. Good, how are you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm just starting my workies for the day, collecting clips of people. Ooh, getting high, high, high. How kind of bars you wanna fly high? Looks so cool, getting high. Let me go deal with the pets. Have a good fun time, deal with the pets. I finally started my new job, just completed my first week. How was it? Did you have a good time? Were they treating you well? Were they nice? Were they nice? They're not nice, you gotta tell me so I can eat them. It's important that they are nice. I'm on my last 2 weeks of work. Fuck yeah. So close to it being done. I believe in you. Just gotta make another $760. I believe in you. It's good. They're super nice, very professional setting. I like it a lot. I'm glad. Oh my god, I'm so glad. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. If they were treating you poorly, I'd have to, I'd have to go eat them, so. Okay, I'm gonna go read manga. Wait until I can leave. Sounds good. Have fun reading the manga. Investigating. Be back tonight. Sounds poggin. Sounds poggin. What do we hear? Some advice. Waiting all this time. Let's see. 5? Okay. Oh my god, my nose itches. This one. I like their overlay. Their overlay is cool. It makes me feel like I'm watching them through the PC. 8, one more. Do all these. Me. That's not how you spell that. And this one, and then this one, and we can take this one. So pretty. This art is so pretty, and I love her horns. I like horns that have different colors. I love horns with different colors. I am being encompassed. I am being encompassed. Video editing. This is 44%. Please, I'll get time. It's right before my eyes. Want to do. This needs to go in VODs. This one. Beginning. I can't just. Wait, that's right? 24? Oh, it's 25. What? Right? Video edited, no VODs. 21st. 22nd. 23rd. 20 what? The best. Yeah. Yeah? I think. That was. What day is this day? Which one is this one then? I don't remember. What is this one? What? Cancel. No, I think that's right. What's happening? Past broadcasts. What day was this one? This was Monday. Okay, so we have the right Monday. Wait, why am I not looking at the things in the... Yeah, this one was Tuesday. Okay, that's just Tuesday, 21st, 23rd. What is this one? Wednesday? Wednesday, 23rd. I won't have it a Thursday. Ooh, 24th. Okay. Change cover. 800. He's so massive. Hero. We got the media assets. Thank you for the head pats. Time. Edit day. Oh, change labels. Media assets. Whatever. Some blah blah blah. 1800. He's so handsome. He's our hero. Hope you're having a great Monday, Shadow. He's our hero. 1800. Alright, now I gotta go find Pengy. Give her a song request. Pengy! Pengy. This one. Pengy. Okay. This is how you spell it. This one. Fuck this shit up, follow me. Don't fuck this shit up, follow me. Don't fuck this shit up, follow me. Wait, they're also an artist, though. Okay, then Pengy, I fucked up. Pengy should be over here. Okay. And then we do Archivist then instead. He's a hero. Wait, aren't they on Blue Sky Mode? Let me see. They might have had their original like VTuber stuff in here. This one's not bad. Okay. Don't fuck this shit up, follow me. Please, don't. Ooh. A full Bonnie, let's go. Please. The $sign. Ooh, this is a little rough here. It's fine. I do it like this, or let's do this one. So I like that it has the background on it. 0. But they're on artists too, aren't they? They are. So I've made another silly, goofy, boofy, doofy. Alright, there. And then... okay, what about this person? Who's this person? I have a whole list of people. Oh, the rap VTuber. I've had the thought to make my own overlay, but that may have to be on the to-do list on debut day. That's valid. I forgot who was asked first. Who was asked first? Was it in here? Gamer Goblin Gary. Gamer Goblin Gary, though, he's an artist himself, isn't he? Do I have that in here? I'm officially 1/5 of the way to the VIP redeem. Haha! Fuck yeah, Vex. I'm proud of you. Yeah, I already have Gamer Goblin Gary. Who asked? Someone asked for another person. Zumi. Zumi was 3 days ago. But I had a message from someone asking for Cyan, I think? Give me my messages! Cyanosis. Isn't Cyanosis also an artist? I may be wrong. I was gonna make my own overlay, but I realized I don't think what I would make would be super cute. I found art. Yeah, like, sometimes it's okay to just outsource. Because outsourcing is good. 3D artist. Disabled VTuber. 3D artist. Okay. 3D is made by this person. Let me look at their Twitch. About... When did they last stream? 13 hours ago? Okay. Apologize, patient advocate. What wants to say no? Yeah, we could do cyanosis then. Let's do cyanosis. So many people. Okay. And we go to videos, we go to clips. And do this one, to this one. 30 days, we do this one. I do like this one. And top all, let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 5 in total. I do a lot of 3D art, which makes me feel I should shout that out too. Oh, how recently have they done it? Pretty recently, to be fair. Clips. What was this one? Oh, I see. Okay. My brain is like off. Okay, 50 stars. Let's go 20. Go here, and then top 30, and then top all, and I think they had ones like this one, because I kind of want to get some more art ones in here. Open like a new tab. Olivia wife, good lord, no problem. Have a lovely day and stream when you do stream. Let's see, do they have pictures? VTuber on the same picture. I like this one, but Picture. I like this one. I think my brain is understanding something. I think it's okay. Yeah, my brain is trying to like coordinate things because like technically I think I did this right. I think I sorted people correctly. I don't know. What are you waiting for? Save. Okay, and then insert. I've been so clear. What? I guess we'll do it the hard way. Ooh. Okay, and reset. And then pew, 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 pew. This is gonna be changed to sign notices, change cover, upload cover image. This one. Save, and I believe I have enough. 10. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm wasting my time every day, every mine. Let's see, let's do video editing, Twitch. Actually, I want to do this one. This is 12. Yeah, this will be this one. So now we don't need. I'm confident. Alrighty, and then let me lurk in my wife's chat. My wife. Enjoy this ride. You're so out of the body. Alright. Okay. And then insert image. Okay. I'm confident. Do the bonds finish? Because that means this was Friday. Which is the 25th. 24th. Cool. And then I'm just going to download this guy too. Okay, did you know? And then I want go. What was it doing? Oh yeah, Canva. Okay, I think all the things should be good for debut. If not, I'm going over stuff tomorrow. But today was productive and I got things done. Fuck yeah, that's the most important part. This is not the website I want to be on. I want to be on Canva. I'm very proud of you, artisan. I need a brain and a zombie face. Zombie brain. Down. Who's in the world? Okay. Brain. Nice try. Wait, what about hungry brain? You will face your listen. Within. Shadows on the shore. My veins. Think you're ready for the takedown. Into pieces and the world of pain. They're all the same. Takedown. Really don't deserve to live. It's so obvious. I'll bring you up and take you down. Dun dun na na. Take down. Dun dun na na. I watched K-pop Demon Hunter. I do have to say, it is one of the very few movies I will rewatch. It's a very good movie. I do like it as well. I'm like, what? I'm gonna stop. Whole document, export. I'm going to show the picture one out of my veins. Don't think you're ready for the takedown. It's obvious. I'm gonna art test. Okay, data remove it from there. You're the master of illusion. This is what you I think I can put this. I'm tired now. Thank you for complimenting the compliment I forgot to do. I forgot with how I always. No, you're totally fine. I understand the frustration, but I'm glad that it worked out in the end because I understand how. I understand how frustrating it can be. So. I can take you down. All the way to the bottom. And then delete. There we go. Alright. And then roll for fun will be cash cleaning simulator. Which oh wait, okay. On the driveway. Change cover, upload image, this one. Like a ton ton. Yeah, we'll do Vibe Shine last, I think. Ooh. Share. Just kiss me. What was I thinking of? Cash cleaning simulator, we gotta do the thing for, so let's do that next. Yeah. But the rest of them. This is 38 underscore cash cleaning sim. He's gonna lay here for a bit. Sounds good. I hope you enjoy your little lay. Fuck 'em all but us. Cash cleaning simulator. SteamDB. Metadata. Nope, metadata. Total assets. Meet this guy. Save. This should have some videos. Save video as save. Yeah, that's the main one's cool. I'm sure this will fit. I feel like it'll fit. If it doesn't, we'll make it fit. Or is the vertical one better? But the vertical one has a logo, doesn't it? It does. It's kind of like just right there. So, Leave it alert, Zach. I think I would rather have it this one. Yeah, and then get the logo. This one, this one, this one. This one. Video editing, soon. Create. And then insert. Boop, boop. And then that one I can actually write. And then 5 enshrined, which this one takes the most work. We're gonna close group for now. Close this for now. Okay, 31, and then we go here. I feel like we have some that I have saved, and then also that some that you guys sent me. So let me look at these. I think I want to do pig. And then I think we have some more varied ones in here this week, so tiny kitten in tree. Back. Duplicate. There we go. And then Santa for a snowstorm school. A view, hello, a view. Oh my goodness. Okay. One tiny little kitty. Kitty. Big pig. Big pig. Yeah. Wait, let's do little guy. And that one, and then that one, and then... We do have one cool. This was the 27th to August 1st. I think it's actually August 3rd, actually. Yeah, it is. August 3rd. These guys. Sort by date. Oops. Okay, we do little kitty and the big kitty tree. Then we have the sandstorm that looks very edible. To the back of my Dracula. Video editing. Live and shine. This is 31. Save. Close. Cat boss. The cat. Oops. Cat boss. And then agitated nature. And then this one. Witches and bonds to the witches. And then like a more Dracula. Okie dokie. Do it, baby. Oh my god. Okay. It is in there. Hard. Kingdom. And then I have these guys. To the back of my. Okay, cool. And now I need to download the TikToks. I think I'll do it this way. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. This one. Give it the song request. Something broke. There you go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where the heck I am? How could I not? It was so funny when you said that in chat. I'm thinking about it all weekend. Knew I had to do it. I had to. Oh. Okay. Right here. Like the song. Alright. Now. Change cover. Boop. Media assets are done. Needs media assets. This one doesn't need media assets. Alright, cool. Okay. Alright, I've got 2 scripts to write, and then what else do we have to do today? I know there's like plenty of things I need to do, and now my brain is like dead. We're doing what now? Oof. Oh my god. I just got hit with a bag of money. Okay. I got a few things. Duffel bag. How to spell duffel bag? Duffel bag. Download. Transparent. Current page. Download. Duffel bag. And then we go here. We go to roll for fun. Filled with money. Alright, then we'll do this one. Money. Download. I just. I go here. This one. Street. Out of my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Actually, I kind of want like the New York City streets. I feel like this would be like something that would happen in New York. Alright, never mind. We'll just take this one. Download. Download. Okie check it, clean it, sort it, ship it. Welcome to the life of a cash cleaner. Take jobs from the underworld contacts and clean some cash. Just don't try to leave. I mean, streets. Would you even want to if you could bling yourself out like this? And then they have the luxury loadout. Save image as. And they have the new one, this one. Like this. Let's see. Oh, actually, this one. Cash Cleaner Simulator welcomes you into a life of a low-level criminal with a particular specialty. When your underworld contacts need dirty money to come back squeak and clean, they call you. I like that. Let's do... Check his order, clean and ship it. Take jobs from your underworld contacts you, what do they call you? Each delivery is different, arriving in boxes, bags, boxes, or stuff into dimension. It's your job to retrieve it all, identify any problems, do your job well, or do whatever it takes and reap the rewards. Luigi and the Donkey Kong. Okay, let's do this. I'll make you mine. When it released, it's a blast. Whether you want some, let's see. Oh yeah, what's the roadmap? I've never seen the roadmap. Oh, coins? Oh shit. Bottle clamp collectible? Sounds cool. I got this game back when it released and it was a blast. Whether you want some and play at your pace, whether you just want to turn your brain off or get big brain, it's all up to you. Available on Steam. You can grab. Okay, well, so you can grab Cash Cleaner Simulator today and live your biggest clean money dreams. On episode 38. Even way to live that dream. None of the reality too. And the consequences. Cool. And then not that guy. Where? Oh, I never added the cover to this one. Oh, for fun. This one. Script. And then I'm doing 5 and shine, so we can check this one off. And then some of them don't have the intro. Wait, okay, the rest of them do. That's good. Okay. Let me look at the video again. Little kitty in the tree. They may not be the largest predator. How this little guy watches his kingdom. To be completely honest, I don't know if this little guy even has a singular brain cell to watch things, but at least he's just downright adorable. Downright adorable. And then how can we segue? Flying from the king of the jungle over to the desert. We get it's like sandstorm after snowstorm. It's like when a sandstorm occurs right after the settling snowstorm. I gotta say, it looks tasty. Like ice cream with red chocolate powder. Give me, I want, eat it. Say it needs to be in my mouth. Oh, tasty treats. Like this pig named Duncan. He's a retired show pig, and I don't know anyone else realize this, but that's a big pig. He's so big, but just as cute. He gets to eat a little oatmeal cream. Hope he gets more in the future. Cool. And see how my writing degrades, and I just kind of start writing like how I do in my normal text. Normal day-to-day text. Music, subtitles, script. Cool. Alright, save. What else do I do? Let me go check VGen, make sure I'm not missing anything over there. Check on Beezy, see if Beezy's streaming. Is Beezy streaming? I don't think Beezy's streaming, okay? Sand. Alright. And then what am I doing now? What do I need to do? Need to do things, stuff and things, but my brain doesn't want me to think. I think I did all of this. I think this is all good. Okay, cool. Alright, and then I can mess with the Minecraft stuff. Let's mess with the Minecraft stuff really quick. Where's Extract. Delete. We're gonna duplicate this profile. We're gonna call it live. Live notebook. Okay, this one. Open folder. This one. Go in there. Okay. Is it in saves? No, it should be in world, shouldn't it? Data crash mods, special downloads. Been back and forth. Oh, it is in saves. Offline world. I just gotta move all the files. It's 20 minutes. Ah. Thinking of you with the hot down eyes of cutout. Okay. I have to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we're gonna continue fixing it. I am back. I'm back in there. We're playing a pretty good song. I like the song. Okay. Now I have to open Minecraft again. Okay. Advanced generators. What's the song name? My internet isn't good enough to read it. I got you. It doesn't want to let me copy it. Let me copy it. I really like the song. Here you go. It's that. If you want to click it, or I can type. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. It's like it's scrolling. It's like from the series of Arcane. I'm like, can you just give me the name? Thank you so much. I got you. Yeah. Okay. Advanced generators, passive skill trees are off. Applied energetics. Two. Oh. Wide. And then. Oops. And then we turn this one off. And then blood magic. Blood magic we turned off. Evil craft. Keep that one. Where's energy stick? If you remove. Yeah, okay. And then this one we should just have on yet. Korea, import. Traveler's backpack. Immersive engineering. We're keeping. I forgot what the plan is. I forgot what my plan was. Immersive engineering, okay. And then we're gonna add. Push. There's still garden cloches, grow cloches. There's no certain. What? Okay, I forgot what I'm adding already. Okay, so refine storage. Refine storage. Okay, so it's into the botany concentrates, effortless building. I don't know myself anymore. And then schedule. Don't you know? Okay. Thank you for the song request. And then is this done? Okay, hopefully that'll load. What you say? I lose control when you're not next to me. You're breaking my heart, baby. You wouldn't mess with me. You're not next to me. Nope. Okay, I'm keeping it. Cool. On a bird in front of you, can't you see? V3, 3, 2.5, 2.4, 2.5. Alright, we're keeping all of these. Keeping all of those. I think we have that one. Alright, we're taking out this. The integrated mods. Let's see. These ones. Thermal we're keeping. Create savers we're removing. Create cogwheels. Create crystal clear. Steaming rails. I want to check if steaming rails is updated at all. And then is there anything else? Well, the advanced generators we removed. Unfortunately, Cosmopolitan didn't work with what we had. But I should check Cosmopolitan again. The ones I want to check again are these two. No single player. Okay, this one should work. Hopefully. Okay. And then should be one row per. That's what I'm thinking. So let's duplicate again. I'm trying to take this whole thing out. Okay. Category. Nope. I just wanted this. Freeze rows. Freeze up to row 1. Alright, so we do world generated mods. Not that big. 14. This. Okay, and then this. Loaded. It should be listed, loaded, on. That should be how it works. Okay. These ones. And then TFMs, quality of life, food quality. I might take food quality off. Whoa. Okay, it looks like the server works pretty okay with the stuff we've removed. At least I can load into the server. That's the big thing. Okay. Okay, so world gen. How can we go back to be a friend? Let's see, C4 to C52. True. I forgot what's the syntax for this. Aww. 52. To be a friend, we just shared a bed. Why is this being weird? Oh, count if. Still doesn't have count if. Duplicate left and right, and then this one reset 1.25 copy. Also scoop over. There you go. How do we go? World gen, map mods. How do we go? Oh, wait, then this should go here, and then we delete row. And then this should be bigger. And then this should be centered. Make them those small to this bigger. Yeah. Thank you for the song request. These ones are all good. This one would only go to 60. 60. I'm gonna do quality of life mods. 21. Oops. Okay, I just reminded me to work on a card page. I swear this shit ain't never done it. You don't have to have them, to be fair. This one. Inventory HUD we have inventory HUD, right? Inventory, yeah, we do. We have this one. No, we don't have. Actually, let's sort. More actions. Sort range. Sort. This one, and then the one that isn't is this one. Okay. And then which ones likely aren't going to be expanded anymore? No, but it puts everything in one place so I don't have to copy every link under the sun. That's valid. Delete mods. There was some mod that I was looking at last night. Is it still on my phone? Is it still on my phone? Also, I didn't. I have that one. It was this one. Yeah, it is garden close. Let's see. This one's outdated though. I'm doing it today because the fact that I tripped up on one of my go-to singers in a. That's valid. When's your debut? I'm sure you got time. Nom nom nom. I just remember a mod I need to add to the map mod. Okay. Oh, what's in here? It is open parties and claims. Oh, this is not correct. Most of these mods should go in here. So go here. Okay, so maybe we really should do this by like rows. I don't know why I try to do it differently. There. I always said day, but I need to probably do something sometime this week because it's back to school next week. That's understandable. Let's see, the API mods are its own thing, so I guess it doesn't matter actually how many rows we have at the end of the day. There we go. This is better, because if I go to add things, then it won't be so annoying at the end of the day. Okay. And then mods. Mods, quality of life mods, AP lib mods. Do this guy, this guy, this guy. We take this, reset this to this. If I get the rest of the stuff done tomorrow, I should have the rest of the week to figure out when and what I'm gonna do. That's valid. I also realized the music kind of overrated. So if you don't get to it, don't beat yourself up for it. I was supposed to re-debut 3.0 like 2 years ago. I still haven't, you know? So it's just a thing that happens sometimes. You play mods. Gameplay mods. What? Ooh. I need this on. Okay. Put something blue. Let's see. 1, 2. I have an idea. Okay. Good, but you're good for me. I would change 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 more, I guess. Did the one right? Yes, I did. Okay. Let's see. Delete column. Time goes by. One is perspective. Lights. But you should get it. We're breaking through all the things we knew and thought nobody could. Magic mods. Yes. I said if we never face it, let's be the first that we say this. Like my head is over. If we scoot these down just a little bit. Where's it? This one. That one's. Oops. I'll be naked. Let's see this one. Scoop this down one. This one. These ones. I don't understand why I gotta keep recopying it. gameplay mods, quality of life mods, gameplay mods, magic mods, tech mods. And this one is going to be thermal mods. Create mods. And 2, and then this one will be mods. Yes. And then I don't want to start removing things that we already have. Quality of life mods are all good. Those are gone. API lib mods are good. So are gameplay mods. Boop. And some magic mods. Yep. Tetra mods. Yep. Thermal mods. Yep. Alright. Food mods. This was misc. It should be over here. It should not be there actually. So we'll do food mods. We'll do. What is this banger? This is Gets Main by Sleep Token. Gets Main by Sleep Token. Sleep Token banger. Love Sleep Token. Yes, of course. Delight mods. Let me see. Is Delightful? No, it's Farmer's Delight. Farmer's Delight. This is the base mod, right? Yeah. And then volumes, and oops, and harvest mods. Take these off. Furniture mods. These. Actually, let's do macaws. Macaws mods. Is this Madeline May? I don't know if that's like her real name, like what her like name is, but the person's name is Aurora. And then got all these. Sort range, A to Z sort. It was already sorted. The light mods already added. Let's see, did we do the thermal mods? Oh, we did the thermal mods. Croptopia. We have Croptopia? Do we still have that? Was that still a thing here? Yep, we do. Croptopia mods. This will be cooking mods. Or these are misc. Yeah, actually. Because these deal with food but aren't exactly food. Alright, here we go. And then let's do mods as like its own kind of thing. We did all the create mods. Use storage mods and the tech mods. Do one more in here, so let's remove that. And take this out. And all of those. Let's not use magic mods. Oops. Yeah, so magic mods, little Titania Capania, Evil Craft Forbidden Arcanas Occultism. Yeah, these are all good. Got those all added in. It's gonna be a gameplay mod, honestly. Let's do mods. Okay, what's its object home? Object home. There's a quality of life mod. Construct home is meant to be used. Okay, I have to do that. Animal Origins is a gameplay mod. Full screen again. I just need these to move to the end. World Gen Quality of Life gameplay mods. Let's do it like this instead. I did it my way. Once of our times. That's how you knew. Okay. More than I could chew. You were smooth. fancy as a miscellaneous tech mod. This is a quality of life mod. What is this one? Connector extras? This is an API. This API gotta go over here. Okay. Alright. These are all cleared up. Crafting Station JEI edition. What is this? I think this is a quality of life mod. What has he got? Create biofactory, create copycat, create trading floors. The things he truly means. No fences, diagonal walls, diagonal windows. And remastered is a gameplay mod. Extreme sound knowledge, quality of life mod. Fairy lights. Fairy lights is a furniture mod. Fancy dice is a miscellaneous game one. I think this one should go here actually. Alright, fantasy dice. Forged Ender Tech. What is this? Shared library is an API library. This is a quality of life mod. I think this was also a quality of life mod, I think. QJS. I think it's an optimization mod. So somewhere else. Magnum Torch is a gameplay mod. Quality of life. Sure. Rats is a gameplay thing. This is another API library, which I have to add. One with another. Think of songrequest. Searchables. What is this again? Searchable library mod that helps. I'd say this is a quality of life one. Simple voice chat is a gameplay mod. New person all over again. Wanna kiss someone else's neck. Spartan. This one, these ones are gameplay ones. Sweet Calamity, let's do add-on compact. Goes in the let's do mods. Connected glass is a quality of life mod. Food quality is also a quality of life mod. This is a gameplay mod. This one goes here. This one goes here. And someone else's name. Don't wanna get on. Yeah, so this one should be controlling QGS. And now I need to go through and open column on the right. One more column on the right. I didn't make this one small. Control packs. Okay, now I can delete this guy. Delete. Okay. And now we pull this guy out. Put him to the left. This is not correct. Okay. To the right. To that's okay, so let's duplicate. Go to this one, scroll up, go here, add you to over here, files, 2, DFM food quality, and so much more or less. And then we go back here. Some more downgraded. What are they up to fix it? Added open party claims. We added that one. And then removed inventory tweaks, refunds, and for quark and inventory bugs. And removed inventory tweaks, refox to fix overlap with quark and inventory bugs. Okay, that I think it's its own thing. 2.1, 2.03. Fix lag issues. 2.04. A dark orb. This is a quality of life mod. Explorer's compass. Quality of life mod and updated some stuff. It's 2.04, right? Yeah, it was 4 and then 5. Reverted create, enchantment industry, 2, vanilla, added vanilla backport. These are gameplay mods. MTV essentials. Wedges. And 2.06 and then 2.07. Updated, added. Sucker, I tease her, and I'd never leave her. So, this one. Sound physics remastered is quality of life miscellaneous. Better FPS is an optimization mod. Dark timer, server performance, chunk sending, and no see no tick. Let me say. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if we have all these libs, but there's the hope. Okay. Now that that's all sorted out, all I gotta do now is sort range. And then I'll stop searching for that. Let's reset this. Backward. This one I don't have. Thank you for the song request. Okay, this one should be good. Oops. Oh. The gameplay mods. Let's reset. 75? 75 is good. Because then if I could look at this one at 75, this one can still be at 100. Yeah, okay, cool. And then... And then I want to copy all of our resource packs. Stay true. I don't think we have. Stay true's not on, is it? Options, resource packs. Oh, stay true is on. Oh, okay. Stay true. Thing you wanted. Was you look at me? Okay, and then I want to verify. Okay, so it should be universal fork, fresh animation extensions, Stoneborn, this one, Maze? No, Maze goes second. And then Stay True. This is like the only one where I won't be having it alphabetical. And then shaders, Astralex. Oh, more time. ESL, Tropic. I like this song. Resource packs. Shader packs. Cool. Orange needs configuring. What other quality of life ones do I have? Was this sorted? It was sorted. This was not though. Sort range, sort. Actually, I never checked if that's how that works. Cool. That works. Oh, we don't need this one. Cool, and then pretty sure. Okay, we don't. Cool. All that loaded. Where are Akashic Tome and custom starter gear is also one that I need to format. Oh, why are they different colors? Okay. Nope, not red. Okay, so needs formatting. What you say? I think I have to go to the bathroom again. Okay, oh, and then we also added, okay, let's see. Refined storage, which is a storage mod. Where is it? This is an effortless building, which is a quality of life crafting mod. Because I like the way it sounds. Okay. Why is this not? It's not like sorting by the not active ones. Let's go to. Oh. Yes. I'm gonna kill the instance, and then we're gonna restart the instance, and then we're going to hope and pray that it works on the server, and then if anything goes wrong, we'll fix it. That should be good now. I feel like I have to go to the restroom. I don't want to go to the restroom again. I have to go to the restroom again. I'll be right back. I'm back. I've been drinking so much water. I don't think I drank that much water this weekend, and now, like, I'm drinking, like, my normal amount of water, and I be pissing. I just be straight pissing. Okay, cool. Alright. I'm gonna make sure that this still works. So if it does, I think we're good. Made an updated. Alright. Now that loads, we got a thing to do. Go to enshrined, go maps. Download. Doesn't feel so. Go. PD monitor. This one. Not it if you gave me just a little. Let's see, this is the world map. Oh, it's got Will Puppy on it. Layer converge to curves. What's gonna feel like nothing else will feel like you can feel like movie ice cream pushing dancing at the movies or the references. Yeah, okay. I think I'd rather have them be gray. Gray. Black outline is fine, I think. What's gonna feel like? And then I feel like I want to do red. Red and then white. It's like in the middle. I think that's fine. And then there we go. And this is going to be the marker. And then let's do V2. The captain of the string you like machines do. Okay, you've been hunting. Let me see. And then let's do an outer shadow. Awesome. Like this. Yeah. Six. Oh, piss me off, brother. Actually, I want to do a gradient. Gradient to black. Maybe not to black, maybe to a darker red. Wait, I like that. Wait, reverse. This is 2. I don't like that this one is in front of the wolf. If I give my best, back to game. The big test is going, actually. So it should all be saved, yeah? Wait, none. Actually, it doesn't. What? Damn it. It should still be on the map, though, shouldn't it? Kiwi's house didn't look like this before. I'm pretty sure it had walls, which means something that we removed Kiwi's walls. So what is a tree just doing there? How about the tavern? How's the tavern look? Tavern looks fine. Cool. Okay. Okay. In the meantime, save the title. Okay. I go to live version. I just had an idea. What? No, you were supposed to. What? Just follow the. Oh shit, that's another thing I wanted to check. Nope. Yes, also, would it be possible to check this? Where the coverage area will have the touch of the texture of the image. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, let's move this guy. Move this. Ooh, ooh. Okay, and this will no longer have this. And this will be at like 75. Ooh, I really like that one on the right. Brain. Let's try this guy. Turn this guy off. I think I should up more. And this one. And then this one is white. That is not white. Wait. That's not white either. What? Go back. Go back. I don't like it. Okay, there you go. This one. Combine? Not exactly. I did this one minus this one. Take these two and add them together. And put this back down. And this one. And flip it. And make it white. Ooh, this guy. Hi Arch, how are you? Shape. Oh, my eyelid. Oh my god, my eyelid. Hola, EPU. I'm good. I'm like doing like three things at once in my brain right now, and my brain's going, ugh. Oh, look at all you guys. Body's on? Hey, yo. My boy? My best friend? Oh, what's he's doing? I want to give him a gift. Alright, let's see what shit Kiwi's house is made out of and why it wasn't working in the offline world as well. That's something else I have to check. And then what else did I want to check? Cosmopolitan is another one I think I wanted to check. My name. Brewing and chewing. What the fuck? Brewing and chewing? I want this one so bad. I don't know what was wrong with it last time, but it did get updated recently, so maybe it'll work. Oh my god, it's so loud. Apparently my friend found TP. Nope. Lovely line 2 bottle of rum. Oh, you found another dungeon. It's packed full of loot. RD Just keep going down. I died so much, bro. There. Now he can come back. Oh fuck, I fell in a hole. I gotta go back home. I don't know, what the fuck is Kiwi's house made out of that it broke in the offline world? Oh no, Kiwi, no! Oh! Oh no. Oh my god, my computer's lagging. Ooh, ooh. Oh, wait, did I? Oops. Yeah, I gotta fix your house. Don't worry, I fixed the walls. I have to fix Kiwi's walls. Does he not? He doesn't want dark oak? Oh, because Kiwi protected his claim. God damn it, Kiwi! God damn it, Kiwi! Can I remove it? I can't unclaim it because I'm not Kiwi. Fuck. God damn it, Kiwi. Kiwi, how am I supposed to fix this for you, Kiwi? Oh, it's a corner of your house unprotected. A wall of his house is unprotected. Alright, he wants like a slightly red wall. Hold on. This is the treated wood. That's what he was working with. I see. And by fix, I mean... used for your house. So fix it, but... no. So, I want to look at more planks. Yes, we have things. What about dark cherry planks? You think he'd be okay with dark cherry planks? Maybe trumpet planks? Trumpet planks are very close to what it looks like it was. Okay, maybe a little bit more red. Shit. Shit. Oh, no. Okay, he doesn't... Okay, they're like red, but they're like a faded red. So maybe... What about... Sika plant? Oh, fuck. Griefing. I'm not griefing! I'm just trying to see what wood would be closest to his house because we might be removing... We're gonna be removing the blocks that Kiwi used for the walls! I don't know how to fix it. Lane trying to play with other people's wood. Shh, 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 shh. I'm just trying to fix it. Can we do mahogany? You think a trumpet plant? No, we have a trumpet. We trumpet. Trumpet? Oh, but it's like too red. Fuck. Kiwi's not even online on Discord right now, which makes me more upset. What about sorting wood? Maybe sorting wood would be good. Shit. I'll give Kiwi a stack, a couple stacks, or whatever wood they want. I mean, I don't know. Oh no, I fucked up. I fucked up. I didn't know Kiwi was using... No! No, he's using this from immersive engineering too! Can we just keep immersive engineering? Can we just keep that one? Oh, shit. Shit, shit, shit. What was Sim's note about it? Unfortunately, entirely overshadowed by Create. It adds a lot of world gen, so if it's not a cord pack, it's better not to have it. Fuck. This is what happens when you... Are you dropping mods? I am. I have a list. I can send you the list. It's also in... I posted it in the schedule. These are the lists that I think I'm going to be removing because they have a lot of recipes I don't think people are using, especially for applied energetics. Oh shit, but a lot of these blocks seem cool. Wow, liquid. None of them are the mods you use, Arch Pog. What if we just kept immersive engineering, though? What if we kept this one? Because I understand that it's overshadowed by Create. But Create doesn't have any of these blocks. So maybe we keep it? Because I understand, like, with applied energetics... Go away. Applied is 57 pages worth of shit. So, like, that can make sense. But I think... How much is immersive engineering? Immersive engineering is only 4. And I understand that the light mods... The light mods are only 16. So... I feel like maybe we could keep immersive engineering? This is not B2.5. Where are my tech mods? Gameplay mod, tech mods, miscellaneous, immersive engineering. So maybe we could just add that one back. Maybe we could just add that one back. Immersive. You know, there was one devouring. I don't know if you'd be interested in this one, but it's like mystical garden cloche, I think it is called. Mystical garden cloches. I don't know if you're interested in that. It just makes it so I'm just gonna say maybe. I'm just gonna add it to my list and then mystical. And then it probably makes the garden cloche work on mystical agriculture. Is that something you'd be interested in? Yes, that is what it said. I don't know. I do not use okay, alright. Never mind. Alright. I think we'll keep immersive engineering because I feel bad that I'm essentially tearing down Kiwi's house. Maybe not the place, but have you seen my church? I'd like to flex my build for a pure bet. It's over here, right? This one? Teleport here. It's this. Your fucking mega aisle. You should make a waypoint here. Do you have a waystone here? Oh, this is cute! Look at that! This is cute. There is on me. What? I'm just saying. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Okay. I see. Oh. Right. Because of the claims. Alright. Very nice. Very cool. I like it. Very fan. Look at this. Oh, I like this too. Though this is their wither unclaimed. Okay. I mean, it still worked. Oh, okay. Now it worked. Okay. We'd see you. Look inside the church. Hold on. Let me put on the fancy shaders. I think these ones are fancier. Yeah, there you go. Wow. Wow. How many marriages have you had in here? Any marriages yet in here? Do they do that here? Do you do that here? Pushed on. None yet? Okay. Well, maybe the first marriage will happen in here. Who knows? Who knows? I will say, if you have any references, I'm trying to make a fantasy library in the spawn area. You to see their house but doesn't want to type due too shy. Okay, hold on. Okay, TP lovely Elaine to go. Where's Ghost House? Go to Ghost House, and then I'll teleport to you. I don't think I have their waystone area. Will I ignore? Or do I have it on the map? I don't think I do. Does spawn need more flesh? I have flesh. I will allot a flesh dungeon in the museum. Because the museum, I want it to display, like, everyone's greatest works. So, I will allot... I'm just following Wacky at this point. I think I fucked up my map. But that's okay. Oh, okay. Oh, I forgot you guys live right across from each other. Oh, okay. Oh, oh, this is so cute. Oh my god, I like that it's like, it's tilted. This is cute. This is cute. Let me. Boop. I feel so bad that the wacky ink is just in the distance. Misa loves the bee blimp. The bee blimp is very cute. I'm still setting up an infrastructure for my island. That's no problem. This is so cute. It's the Jojo Mart. It really is. Oh my god! Wacky scared the shit out of me. What the fuck is my press to talk button? I don't know what my push to talk button is. Shit, what is my push to talk button? That's not what I wanted. Wacky scared the shit out of me though. You can't mute your microphone settings. Left alt. That scared the shit out of me, Wacky. Don't be doing that. Soon though, especially with the build mod. Yeah, I added the build mod. Okay, no, that's valid. That's valid. I should have had the game sound on. Alright.
Hello?
This is very hello.
Hi.
Hi, you have a very cute house. I'm sorry that Jojo Mart's across the street.
Firstly, that is a beautiful factory.
Help him figure out how to make it look better.
I don't know what I'm doing. Setting.
It's wacky too loud.
No, I was trying to turn you up because I want to hear you. Because the Wacky's at a good volume, but I want to hear you over Wacky. So.
Okay, yeah, because I'm better.
Yeah. I was thinking of another thing that I'm going to be adding, and I'm going to add. I think it can be a thing that's just for me, but I'm essentially going to add Twitch chat into Minecraft chat, so that way, no matter where you are, you guys can get my attention. So
that's cute.
I'm in Minecraft and stuff. Yeah, so very cute home. If you have any like ideas on like, yeah, give me a tour. Yeah, go. Can I give
you a tour? It looks better in the day, but that's fine.
I got you.
Is that wings?
You did not help me fill out
yeah,
my factory.
that's X.
You did one. You did 4 blocks. That was me.
What is this flapping?
The flesh.
What's happening?
It's the flesh.
It's just the flesh.
It's sticky boy. Ugh.
I do.
You're like
this is.
Yeah. Give me the
That's yeah. The flapping sound is their wings.
Oh my god!
What the fuck was that?
Hey, it didn't have to me this time. It was me this time.
What the fuck was that? Anyways, this is my house, and I can't go through real doors, so I had to come up with a solution because I'm an ogre. I'm very big, so I can't go through doors. But this is the main house.
Wait, let me in. Wait, let me in.
You can right click it.
Okay, I don't want to break anything.
Kitchen and the dining
this is
area.
So cute. Oh,
and
look
then...
at my little typewriter.
Yeah, right. Isn't it so cute?
Dude, this is so cute.
And
now I'm more sad that Jojo Mart's across the street.
Cute little bench for me to sit on. And I found these cool windows part of the
These are
Let's
nice
Do
ones.
Vinery, and I think they look cool.
Very
And
cool.
then, if you go upstairs, is my bedroom.
Oh, this is so cute. Do you fit?
No, not really.
That's unfortunate. I guess
Whenever
you know how
I
Christmas feels
sleep,
now.
whenever whenever I sleep, my head solely goes like in the middle of the bed, and I don't like my whole body comes off. And then this is cute little balcony.
Oh, this is so cute.
I don't have anything in the
you don't have to
pots
see the
yet,
disgustingness
but-
that's on the other side. You know?
Yeah, I have the pretty.
Yeah.
And then if you go down here, I have a cellar that I just finished. Well, not completely finished,
Oh,
but
this
mostly
is
finished
so
working
cute.
on.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
god. Okay. Well, you know what? I might add you to my team so that way you can edit things in the community area, and if you want to like add things to the tavern and the museum, because I'm doing stuff. Yeah. Let me
Yes,
add
please.
you. All right. Let me.
I am happy.
How do I
I'm happy
do
to
this?
do.
How do I do this?
This is basically gonna be my storage too. That's why
Very
there's a
cute.
bunch of big chests shoved into the corner. But this is the pretty part. I'll probably put a bunch of other stuff down here too. But I really like the Let's Do mods, so I've just used like a bunch of stuff.
Aren't they
from those.
cute? They have a lot of
They're
nice
so.
things.
Why do you do this to me? Eyeballs. What even is that?
Eyeballs, that's funny.
But yeah,
That's
that's my house, and the idea is that it's big. It's little house that I
can't
moved
let me out.
into.
Let me out, please.
You can right click it.
I right clicked it and it said I couldn't right click it.
Oh,
it's
you're
'cause
not part
the
of the
claims?
claim.
Yeah,
It's because
yeah,
of the
yeah.
claim. Okay, okay. But yeah, and these are salmon berries.
Oh, I like your variety of plants. This is cute.
And
Oh,
then,
you have a little water bucket. Look at that little water bucket.
yeah, right. That's from the Let's Do Meadow. You can actually pick it up and water things with it.
Yeah, it's all very
And then-
cute. Stop being mean about my factory.
Huh?
Your factory
No.
is very beautiful.
Thank you, placate me. That's all I need.
This is the
Oh,
little,
this is cute.
the little
Oh, you got a little like campfire
work
going on.
spot.
Oh, more than
Yeah.
that.
And then I started oat fields because I needed oats for the roof. Well, Wacky's helped me start oat fields. And then these are my animals that I have no home for yet.
Understandable.
And also chickens. And I have big chickens. Very big.
Oh,
chickens.
fuck. What the fuck? Why are your chickens so big?
I don't know, they came out like this.
They came out like this.
They came out, I hatched the egg and they came out like that.
That's crazy. They're huge.
It's all those genetically modified organisms they're adding to the water or something.
Oh, from the factory next door? Yeah, that makes sense.
Whoa! I make 100% organic, gluten-free, super chunky chocolate chip cookies. Thank you
Vegan,
very
don't forget
much.
vegan. Don't
Vegan,
forget
yeah.
vegan.
I made them for Ghosty's dietary needs. I'm hell fucking difficult.
That's crazy.
Yeah. That's crazy. But yeah, that's my
You
stuff
guys are
so
mean.
far.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. I'm gonna go do some more modding, fixing of things, and I will add you to the thing. So if you ever want to add stuff. To the
Oh,
background.
there's that bee too. Wacky
It's a very
built me
nice
that
bee. It's a very nice
Wacky
bee.
built me that
Pretty
bee.
good bee. I like it.
Thank you.
Good job.
Okay. Have fun trying to fix things.
Bye. That was cute. All right. What was I thinking about? I have to fix. Okay, we're keeping immersive engineering. I've made that an executive decision to keep immersive engineering because I refuse to break Kiwi's house. And then oh, I have to do the claim stuff. How do I add people to a group? How do I do that? Controls, keybinds, team, open teams UI menu. 7. Is there? Yes, thermal series is staying as well. I can't invite them. Oh. I can't invite them. I think they might be there on the party. Oh well, that's okay. I was thinking of something and now I've forgotten. What's this? Okay. Shit, I forgot. I'm like fucked up right now because I forgot what I'm doing. Okay. So. But I'm gonna make it. People can place stuff. Okay. Cool. We will still have soul gems. We will still have soul gems. Soul gems come from what mod? Because I need soul gems. Where the fuck do soul gems come from? What? Why is it not telling me what soul gems come from? Comes from Evilcraft, doesn't it? Occultism? Yeah, we're keeping that one. Leave me alone! I know there's not enough light up here! God. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go back to doing this then. Alright. I want this one. If you want to remove the mod, I got some alternatives. Yeah, if you want, but I think occultism is fine. Occultism is fine as it do be. I don't think there was any problems from it from our boyo or IT guy, essentially is what I keep calling him. V5. And then how to integrate Twitch chat into my app for the stream. Try adding the YouTube link in the Firefox. Using this one to do interactive. Don't know how to use it though. Allow your audience to interact with you on Minecraft. Okay, I wouldn't. I unfortunately wouldn't do griefing ones because I'm a baby. Twitch chat in game chat. I like the trans flag. Fabric mod. This mod gets Twitch chat along with any badges and emotes to show up directly in Minecraft chat. You can now keep up with Twitch chat without having to look away from the game. No crowd control, maybe. We have crowd control. I might do crowd control Minecraft at some point. Especially great for more difficult mod packs like ROcraft or Vault Hunters, or if you're extremely focused builder. The mod works fully client-side, and you do not need to add it to the server you're playing on. However, in Minecraft 1.16 and 1.18, you need to have the mod installed on the server to see the commands for the mod. Mod clients in 1.4 are the Forge update. Important for this mod to work, you need to have the Twitch application set up. So the instructions can be found here. To allow badges and emotes to work, you need to add the emote pack in the resource pack as well. Okay, so this is a me thing. This will become a me thing. Oh, okay. So that's its own thing. So, I'll make a thing over here. Twitch integration mods. This one seems very straightforward. I think I might do this one. Also, I don't know if we have a preference because I'm thinking of changing the chunks mod from open claims and parties, open claims to the one that FTB chunks, I think it is. What is it? FTB. Is it this? Yeah, to FTB chunks. Right click anywhere in the map. But this one seems more intuitive. Like it has more stuff to it. Never mind, we might just keep this one the way it is. Hold on. Rose of my day. Okay. Okay. I gotta finish this and then I can do more Minecraft stuff. I need y'all to shut the fuck up. Shush. 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 Okay. I'm that girl. Okay, now I don't care. V1. There are only 6, I think, on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's all of them. Yeah. So this is goes every day. World map. Enshrined world with markers. And then do it this way, so that way I think that way the person that are working on these maps can just have Six, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I think these ones can be bigger. Markers. Oh, good. Just a week ago. Yeah, those go. F8. This one. No matter what you say, what you do. Now I need the old one. 2, 3, 6, 5. Are those both 6s? 7? Oh! Missed a set of markers. Just make sure. F5. Yep, those are all F6s. 4, 9, 4. I hope of a happy ending. Markers. Markers. No matter what you say or what you do, I won't ever be with you. Like this. enshrined village markers. I know what you say, what you do. World markers. And then the last one. It's just the cave map. This one only needs 3 though. But we are going to make it a circle. And then flip it. This one becomes this one. But the gradient gets rotated. One of these is tonight can be your monster. Oh, that's not what I wanted. It's like 75? Yeah. This goes underneath. Much confusion. 75. Is it because of the gradient? Oh, it is. It's supposed to be this one. These. And this goes here. V3. This is R3. R2. Oops, circle marker. Enshrined cave markers. And then this one. Cave. Save. And I'll turn this back on so I have that. And this one. Alright, I'm gonna disconnect from this really quick. feel like I'm forgetting something, but that's okay. I just realized something. Okay. Thank you for the song request, Arch. Oh, I love Set It Off. Set It Off's such a good band. I might record the scripts. No, because I need Kiwi to look them. Damn it. Alright, never mind. I need to check my phone. Let's refresh. Give me. Okay. Stream this. 25th. Today. Oops. This to be tomorrow. 30. 31. And then the first. And then today's thing. This one. This one. Today. 25th. 7 downloaded. Cool. I think this should all be good now. I also added yeah, okay, cool. Chicken here. Good. No, not this one. don't know which version. Is this version? Because I am confusion. Oh, I see. The older version I had. Got it. Alright. Thing here looks all good. Did Kiwi's house get fixed? And Cosmopolitan seems to have worked now? Cool. Interesting, okay. Okay, let me test something else on. Which is probably why I should have just moved stuff instead of doing what I did, but that's okay. Let's see, saves, world, delete. Delete both of those. And then this one I'll delete. Yes. All backups offline audio. Okay. And if we just extract it again. Yep. My brain is making sense. Okay, cool. I need this to download. Open folder. It goes here. And then this one. Open folder. Here. This file mods. QJS blueprints. Zero waypoints. Yeah, okay. And then saves, QJS, ESM, mods, log. Okay, it should be good from here. And then this one goes here. Now, if I did do everything right, this one, which is the live build, should work okay with all my stuff saved on it, hopefully. This over here. I guess we could do these 2 videos while waiting for stuff. But I'd have to do that after the Minecraft stuff. Notepad. Club mods v2.5 to stabilize mod pack for stabilize mod pack for longevity, allowing 10 plus players. Moved. Let's put this. And then added back, look forward in the lounge. This one, so make sure we have a fine storage. We didn't add these 2, but we did add effortless building. Okay, cool. No single player. Oh no, I didn't want to click single player, not on this one. Fuck. No, dude, it's just gonna take the shaky. Alright. Cool. Mod pack. Cool. That's all set up. Cancel multiplayer. Play. Hopefully it kept all my settings. If it didn't, I will cry. Ooh. Shit scared the fuck out of me. What would you do? Oh, wait, I can update the thumbnail for today? Yeah. Or my thumbnail, this one. I just gave my phone the waterproof test of a lifetime. What, did you put it through the dishwasher? Did you put it through the dishwasher? I just want to do some stuff in Unreal Engine today. Wait for the rest of my life. What would you do? I dropped it in the toilet and washed it with soap and water. Does it does it still work? I hope it still works. I'm sure it does. I mean, I feel like the biggest concern at that point would just be making sure you don't charge it while it's wet. And then once it's not wet, you're good. It's a newer phone, so it's fine. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good, yeah. As long as you don't, like, plug it in or anything, it should be okay. Poggin. It won't let me. Yeah, because it, like, rejects it, right? It's like, hey, this port's wet. We're not gonna do shit. Yep, that's that. Oh, I don't know if that's my keybind still. That is good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay. New iPhones won't let you charge with a web port. That's valid. Yeah, Samsung's... Because I have a Samsung phone, so I'm pretty sure that's been how it works. Hi, Kiwi! You have cow vibes! Mew! Wait, let me fix your house. Uh-oh. No, did I already fix it? Oh, I already fixed it. Okay, we should be all good there. That poor horse. I want to put a menagerie in this as well, I think is my plan. Menagerie, tavern, forest. I don't know what I'm going to put here. I'm done with my other responsibilities, Poggin. I'm excited. Alright, and this will go here. And then... I'm trying to think what else I want to do. Okay. Don't know what this will be. I had to think of... I feel like I need to extend this so it's, like, back more, though. A little bit. But that'll be later. I don't know what to put here, though. I'll think of something. I'll think of something, because we have stuff. We have stuff to disconnect, okay. Okay, that one's good. The live build is good. I'm just gonna rename this. Options. Copy on the barn. Live. And then I can, yeah, okay, I can still change versions. Cool. And then this one, since it's done copying, now we have to test this one to make sure this one's okay. And then, if this one's okay, we can export the 2.5 patch, and then we can prepare it to have it launch on Friday. That way I don't have to think about it until Friday. Yep. Ugh. Oh, my neck. Stars. Oh, it's not the same as it was. This world, it's just us. And I need to make a list of the books that you spawn with. And I'll have to make a new world and test that so that we can make a list. Because otherwise I'm not gonna know. Yeah. Okay, so front brain. Prep. Minecraft. Oh, wait. Nope. Prep. Minecraft. Update. V2.5. Record audio. Hey, I'm back. Welcome back. Brain thinking. Record audio. Create. Show rigging. Test video. And then maybe start enshrined content. Enshrined play test. Save. Okay. Yeah, I don't. Oh, and then. Wait, no. Enshrined play test. First set. Pages. I'll do the first set and then. 3D redeems in Unreal file. Oh, because I did make the new glass. The glass is good now. I forgot what else I need to do for the Milk Club, though, at that point. Oh, the trees? What else is there? Let me look. Overview reading nook. Yeah, that's all good. Create Halo. Oh, I have to create the Halo VFX, but I could just like do that super quick. Okay, I have to separate the plants, make the vine greener. I need to create fairy light glow VFX. Oh no, create Halo VFX. Texture blurred circle, connect glowing texture. And then the camera angles, and then I should this is kind of separate. Make plushies. Pixels are right. I have to go back to the rice cooker. Be back. No problem. We'll be here. 4D pixels devouring eye. Sims archive zodiacs VT. Make one for Kiwi and Mew. Yeah. Yeah, I think those are all of them. Single player play. Yeah. And then I want to make one for body too. Body. I feel like I'm forgetting something else that I'm supposed to do today, but that's okay. Actually, let me do this. Yep, okay. Okay. Recent to-do board. Oh, I should add that to the other file. Because this is what we'll probably do last. Work on club save. Is that what we will put over here? Yeah, work on club. Yeah, this was part of that. Yeah. So now we filter. So this is. Let's switch these. Let's switch these. Boop. There you go. Now they're kind of in order of what is important. Front brain first, art next, and then other last. Yeah. Okay, brothers, can you make the mention marker for the 3 Okay. So I have that somewhere. Brain is thinking. Now in the offline world, Kiwi's base should still be here. Yes, Poggin. Cool, that's fixed. Cosmopolitan seems to be working fine. Save and put the title. this is all good now. Okay, so now with this being good, we can go profile options, upload mods, cancel. I wanted the share profile. That's what I want. What is it? Milkclub mods v2.5. Export. This is 2.5. Wait for that. Oh, wait for that. We gotta get some things open. Why did I make? It's in the dice. Enshrined. Dice. Blackout D20. File open recent. Map markers. Again and again. With me. Scan to scan. You want me and I know I'll feel the same way. Maybe on your side you'll get the hero I'll stay. Maybe you and I will never have to die. Never, babe. Delete this guy. And dual thing. This one. Have it be centered. Is it centered? It doesn't feel centered. Maybe a little bit smaller. A little bit wider. Yeah. Also, do these have? Let's do one. Yeah, there you go. This is boss marker. And here. PNG. Export. Enshrined maps. Now 2.5's up there. So that's all good whenever our other. This one's prepped. Launch. MC update 2.5. Go back, go to maps, go do these two. Updated to have Okie dokie. Okay. Alright, now we're gonna record the audio for the thing, but I'm gonna bring up the DaVinci file. That's a lie, this one doesn't have it. That one does. What the fuck? This one has it? This one has it, okay. Okay. So clippings. This one. V stars envy is done. This one. Got that boom 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 boom. On in her boom 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 boom. VTuber facial test is what I want. What is this? I see. Facial. Boom 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 boom. The track. Okay, that's what this one is for. Okay, so this would be vtuber. What was it? I might split it up actually. So that would be VTuber. So this one will go here. Now let's take this guy. We're just gonna extend it out. This one. Okay. Cool. Videoediting resources, TikTok ideas. Check it twice. Oh, hardly any of these are in English, which is upsetting. Okay, I think it's fine. Happy face. Sad face. Angry face. I don't know what my special move would be that's different than the other one. Maybe I'll do the same thing. I don't know. Let's do one like this. VTuber. This is one. And like this. And make this one. Oh. There you go. Alright, let me just might change the font. This one, and then this one. What is it? Blinky's there. I think so. It's not doing the thing I wanted to do, which is unfortunate. Okay, yeah, it's not doing it, so oh man. Face. Sad. Oops. Sad face. Oh, I don't know why I didn't just copy and paste it. Hi, Oso. How are you? Having a good Monday? I hope so. Oh shit, JJK has come back into my mind. Let's go! Judah, 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 Judah. Okay, how about you? I'm doing good. I'm playing some games, doing some edits. Same, honestly. Games I've played on Minecraft, though. I'm doing good. I'm doing this like trend for VTubers and trying to see how I like it. I don't like it. Why did it not copy paste? Okay. I feel like I know the viewer. It's Doski Lee, I think. Yeah, Doski Lee. I'm just using their video as reference for the video edit. This one's this one. Effects. I want to make a new font. Fuck. Start now. What? Hi, Vika. How to create a font from scratch. How do I do it? Let me do the thingy. Is that Doski? Is that a Doski edit? Am I spelling that? No, I was just referencing her video for timing for the captions. So I can do the VTuber facial rigging test. Now I'm trying to think about how I want to make another font. Oh, this is a font forward one. Font Forge have one? Font Forge text template. That's when you just on one of my videos on TikTok. Fuck yeah! Yeah! What the fuck is this? Simplest way to create your own font in Adobe Illustrator and Font Forge. Font Forge template. The simplest way to create your own font using Adobe Illustrator and Font Forge. Download the template. Adobe Illustrator font template. Basics. Interesting. So wait, so if I go into here. Back. Oh Jesus. Yeah, it seems like everything. Interesting, okay. Okay, so how do I use this? I'm so confused. Okay. Sometimes I hate myself while editing because I make more complex animations with different time frames and I gotta format it to TikTok. Yep. TikTok do be a bitch like that sometimes. Oh, go back in the folder. Go back in the folder. Oh, sorry. I forgot how my font is. Oh my god. Favorites. What's the difference in the V's? I wanna hear. I wanna hear. So how does this work? Do all pages? Export cover screens. Interesting. Okay. I think I did that right. Okay. Oh, that's an I. This one to go. This one doesn't feel as organic as this one does. Alright, new question. Double. Plug in my tablet. Double. There we go, that's more organic. I wish this would go across all pages, but it's not. Other ideas, I could just do this. To go on top of all of them. Oh my god, okay. Please. Okay, thank you. Oh, so it's gonna go. Oh. This one. Motherfucking James Brown. The countdown. An umbrella. Go. There's the D. And then this one becomes. Alright, and then an E. I don't like how long these are. That's in here. I think the bottom one seems to be this one. No, let me grab the handle. There we go. And that way this can go in the artwork glyph. Turn this off. G. H. I'm gonna steal I for. Okay, let me take this one, delete this one. I'll just make this a bit taller. Yeah, I want to flip it though. Oh. My teddy curse, yes at the end. Focus on hard and I've watched as he tried to reassemble it. Mama swore she would never let herself forget. All the prayers, it does not exist. Darling, you are the only exception. 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 Oops. Deep in my soul, love never lasts. I'm always alone with a straight face. Uncomfortable distance. Loneliness. All of that was after what others. Sunshine, you are. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I'll take the canvas. Go. Looking for reality and I can't. Oops. I got M's. You are only exception. You are exception. Only exception. You are This isn't how I make my capital M's though. To be fair. Where's the lowercase m? Give. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Okay. We're back in M. I do the same thing here. I think I want to try to smooth this up. This is very close. I just want to edit a few vertices. Beep. Oh Jesus, this is not the ball. I need my own studio or office out of the house. How come? What's the matter? Yes. Do this. I saw today's TikTok, by the way. You like it? Hope you liked it. Nope. Nope. Ugh. Something else. Let me do this. There you go. I hope you like my comment. What was your comment? What'd you say? I can't. just want this face. Everything okay? No, I'm just making a new font, so I just want a new one. Because mine's like a little jumbly in terms of like the height. So I just... Yep. Okay. I told everyone I'm doing a side job though, so hopefully no more interruptions. Hopefully. But no sweat if I need to write them too, so I'm not that worried about it. I understand if you want to do it. It's not a big deal either way. This is how I wrote the P. That's okay. It's okay. I'm like trying not to be a perfectionist about these. Crying from Renfrew. It's a lot of fucking walking, ain't it? It's a lot of fucking walking. Oh, where's my O? Give me my O. Bye. Goodbye. It just rained too, so everything was uneven. Yikes. Yeah, you gotta be built. You gotta be built for Ren Fair. Ren Fair is hot and unforgiving. If I know anything about Ren Fair, it is hot and unforgiving. Yeah, you gotta be prepared. Especially if, like, you're wearing an outfit. But, yeah. Oh. I'm trying to make a new font. And this is hard. Nope. Take it slow, take it easy. Nope. Nope. That works. Did you want me to link the article for these weeks? Did you know? Yes! Because I literally found out about it this morning. And I don't know if it's a credible source, so I was just like, here you go, Kiwi, this is where I found this information. Really, I just look up weird fun facts, and then one of the ones that come up was, your brain eats itself, and I was like, huh? But if you think of something more interesting ever, like if you're like, you know, this is kind of a weak fun fact, like, feel free to, like, change it. Oh god, this is gonna be the worst. I'm so anal about my S's. Okay, this one's not the worst. Yeah. I'm just gonna take this one, put this back in, take this off. Nope. Use the pen, because that's the most like my handwriting. Minus some smoothing, but that doesn't matter. Let's bump it up like a little bit. There we go. This one goes here. I don't even remember how I write my U's. Just gonna be like. Something like that, I think. And this was a little bit more. Here we go. Yeah, that's not the worst. This guy goes to V. This looks like a specific type of audiophagy when your body eats itself during extreme starvation. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just thought it was weird. But yeah, if you... Honestly, if you're like... meh about it. You can pick a different one. I really don't care. It was just the first interesting thing that I saw today, and then I was like, yep, putting that in there, I guess. Oh, fuck, I gotta do a W, fuck. You can see it too. That one wasn't bad. I gotta come up with an interesting way to talk about it. Okay. Good challenge, good challenge. Good way to see it as a challenge. Like it. Close it. Close. Oh, that one didn't have the exam sample turned off. This one does. Okay. Once I get to the point where you're entertaining people with physics and going viral, then I'll be the perfect writer. I mean, that's a good way of putting it. It's like, if you can throw someone a semi-boring subject, you know, and it just works, then we know we've perfected the formula, you know? Because at the end of the day, as genuine as I want to be on the internet, getting viral technically is, like, you can be pretty algorithmic with it, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Your dress tangles my... This has no life. That's a little bit of life, actually. It's fine. My house You know, when I was younger, I thought it would be really cool to write my Z's like this, with the line in the middle. And then I got in trouble in Spanish class once. And we were doing like this group thing, like where we all had to like answer the same answer, or else the teacher would dock us points. And the teacher thought that how I wrote was dumb, and I was like, oh, okay. And she's like, well, it kind of looks like an F, and I'm like, well, it's a Z. It's a fancy Z, thank you very much. And she was like, I was like, okay, whatever. And it made me sad. It made me sad. That's 4. Was I write my Z's and 7s? Yeah, dude. She was just like, it looks like an F. And I'm like, it's not an F. And then I never wrote like that ever again. Oh my god. I saw another writer who does commissions say that if you could write good smut, then you can write anything. That's valid. I like this song. This is a good song. Oh my god. For you, with his body for you, for you, for you. Honestly, this song, I wish I was the vibe of this song sometimes. It's really cute. I feel like it makes people feel special because it's like, I threw this party for you. There was a point in high school I decided to change my handwriting. I kept correcting myself until it stuck. I had a friend that had a very nice handwriting. Or Body's playing Luna, Snow, and Marvel and someone asked him for feet pics. Hold on. Hold on. I'm coming in there.
Would be considered
someone
a
asked
project
you for
as
feet
big
pics?
to make
Someone
money
asked
off.
you for feet pics?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you gonna send him feet pics?
Yes.
Are you gonna send him feet pics?
That's what we're wondering, right? You think of
Do
all the
it.
money he could
Do
make.
it.
Oh my
Yes.
god, you know,
Yes,
it's always
do
a
it.
pleasure to see you, Elaine. What?
Okay,
How the
bye.
fuck?
Okay, bye.
What the
You do
fuck?
this 3D model. Take the model, put it in a 3D model software, pose it, take pics, send it over.
It's somebody else's character, Lane, and I'm not gonna do that in the first place.
How do you think cosplayers get away with it?
Bet 'em on.
Just get a
I don't know.
cosplayer.
Oh,
Speaking
get
of
a girl in
cosplay,
cosplay. Okay, have fun. Bye. Okay. Yeah, he's really not supporting his own efforts. He really should be getting that bag, you know, and I just the way Aura wrote that just made me feel like, you know, he wasn't interested in that bag. So what did my brain tune out? You tuned out me going in a group chat with some of my friends and asking my friend why he's not trying to get that bag by selling Luna Snow feet pics. So, yeah. Or being Kirby next month? Ooh. Kirby. I like Kirby characters. Kirby characters are cool. Basically, I round all of my letters and then add some to the ones that could be confused with another character. That's valid. I think, like, if we were to go raw with my handwriting right now, let's go and paint. My handwriting. Like, I had a friend that, like, she would do the really rounded, like, nice letters. He would make bands, that's what I'm saying. Her Q's were very nice. They were like this. But my M's are... Mine are, like, thinner. And they, like, stretch up. Is this the new barn font? It is. It is. The font that I have, the one that's, like, my normal font, is just... I feel like it's not regulated enough. So it looks a bit awkward. And I really like the way, like, for example... or I should just do A, B, C, D, E, F. Like, it's kind of, like, all over the place. I feel like the C's and the D's don't line up at the bottom, and that bothers me. Whereas, like, ones like Blinky Star do. And I like this one a lot, so I'm gonna see if I can fix it. That is what I'm doing. We're gonna be here for a hot second. I don't know why I decided to do this, but yeah. Nope. That one's cute, I think. Have you seen the guy who's trying to make a robot? Yeah, but his wife can, like, tell. His wife can always tell, and I think that's hilarious. I think it's so funny that his wife is like, I know which one it is. That's true wifey material. Because no one could fake his handwriting then, I think. Is that cute? I also want it to be a bit cuter than I think how I normally write. However, I do it much more, like, vertically, though. Okay, wait. I do one more. The stabilizer's fucking me. Okay, let's do... Oops. And then... I think that's cuter than the original one. I don't know. Hold on, let me fix it. Have you looked into the Lexan family of fonts? I probably have it. Let me look at it. Images. Ooh. These are clean, but they're wide. The only thing I don't like about the Lexan font is they're wide. Like, their E's are wide. I don't like that. I don't like it. I think this one is cuter because it's more genuine to how I write my words. Okay, the important part about these is that the height is the same and the base is the same. So that's one I have to be more careful about. No, said no. I turn on the radio. Designed to those are the ones. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I know that the one we have in the script is also one of those ones. Comic Sans coincidentally is another one of those, but I refuse to use Comic Sans. I don't like this. I think I'd rather just redo it. Ew, what the fuck? Ew, what the fuck? Thank you for the wellness check. Ew! Why is it doing that? No rope. Is it rope mode? Oh, no. Ew, why is it doing that? Okay, I don't know why it's doing that, but it's fine, I guess. Ew, the boot. Well, that one was close. Oh. Oh. Oh, hold on, what the fuck? Oh. 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 Oh my god. Oh my gosh, please. I think that one's okay. Oh, go, here we go, go. I need to drink water. This one. Alright, there you go. But nobody goes. Jump out of your pipe, put your name on it. Okay, let me drink water. Alright. That one's not bad. I like that one. I think that one's cute. I'm making sure you don't use standard pronunciation for this word on TikTok or it might flag. Oh. What if we just don't use that word? What if we just don't use that word in the video? What if we just use a different word? I don't like this. Priceless. If you would know. Yo. I don't know why does it look weird. It's because my brain wants me to do the other way. Which is this way. Which is that way. This isn't really like my handwriting, but that's okay. I think D's done this way are a lot cuter, and that's why I like it. Also, this is a really good C. This is a really good C. Like if I could just replace this one. Oh, but it's got the open bottom. I avoid it. It sounds like a more in-depth part of neuroplasticity. That's valid. Yeah, I would just rather avoid it just because, like, I'm a little oopid. And I just don't want to catch flack anyway. I ain't Papa me. I can't do what he do. You know? Oops. I will too stop and admire when I make a really nice letter. Yeah. Yeah, like this is such a good, it feels like it would be a good C, but it like doesn't Why? Maybe I could like modify it. Hold on, wait, no, I'll come back. Like, this one could be like a good C, I feel like. Come back. I just need to fix the bottom half. Yeah. Dirty stinking face. Put this one here. It's like not curvy enough. I don't need no comb. Yeah. And then I usually get to erase it because I oh, poor Kiwi. It's okay, that's a mood. That's why I never write things by hand. That's cute. Okay. The D is fine. Other than the fact that it's not lined up. Okay, now here's the hardest one. That's gonna be out of. You know what? Let me do the. I just kind of want to do these ones already because like so many things. Page 124. People Kidman. Oh, I said 124. Page. Oh, it's 105. My bad. 105. And then it's got the thing. But how is that supposed to see that? That's like, it's like on the thing. I need no weed. I don't need no heroin. No coke. There you go. This one, delete this one. This was like the same thing, just flip. Just take these. Take this one off. I don't even know what this one's supposed to be. I think all of these letters are like scooted up too far. They are! Fuck, brother! Alright, hold on. Can I just select all of these? And then like scoot them down? No. No. Okay, I know what to do. Yeah, I know what to do. I say as I go back and forth on whether I want to do it or not. Board tool. What about this tool? Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Except now some symbols are off. I want to fix those. Tool. Where are you? I want it. Let me select the other one. This one. This one. What's the period? Okay. I thought this was a good idea. This is so much more tedious than I thought it would be. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Oh my god, no. Yeah, these ones are good, and then we go up. Okay. Oh, I'm missing one. Oh no, this one. I'm the guy die for. It's because you're locked. It is because you're locked, isn't it? Oh, think like other colors. That is really the case. And then. Nope. Oh, there's a period. I actually think this is supposed to be like this. Huh? This one. Nope, 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 nope. There you go. Okay, cool. Move these guys aside. I have a feeling that something's not centered. This guy's a little off. That's fine. Yeah, okay. And this one gets flipped. And then we take this guy, this guy off. Go back to here. Here. And this one. I love the reusability of all these. To be fair. Go insane, make some litter, make it rain. See them hands, let me see them hands. Alright. This one. I think these are just dots. Oops. I'm just gonna do a little. Oh, I know what to do. I'm gonna take this guy, invert. Make it a little bit bigger. Oh, this is that weird one. Are they expecting me to do this one? Oh, I don't know this one because I need these. I need a seed. Okay. I think that's how that works. Let me take the E. And then we take this one. And then we take this, flip it. And that one's done. Hide this one, hide this one. Take this rectangle, bring it all the way down here. Paste that guy. Copy this guy, go down here. Put this here. This one needs to go down here. Delete objects. Baby, no attachments. Even the passenger seat me. I don't think I'll need these anymore. See that one, this one. Doesn't have it. This one has it. These two. Won't you tell your friends? Casual, it's casual. All fun. Delete object. The passenger seat in your email. This one. Anyone else got the upper arrow? You do. And you, I could just. And you. And just. Artwork. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, there was one more. Yeah, I'll fix it. Boop, 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 boop. I think actually these make sense. It's everything to me. Please. This file's getting chunky. Like this one. She was like a sandwich. It's everything to me. Oh, to me. I need you, come in now. The inspiration, what image comes to mind when you think of a brain eating itself? Cookie Monster. Cookie Monster. Does that help? I don't know if that helps. I did the Cookie Monster. She likes to eat. Cool. I shouldn't do this. I don't like how that looks, but I don't really care. Good night, Artisan. I hope you sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. But I'll miss you, come here. No, he loves me. Okay, I hope to God, mentally, that, like, this is the last time I ever do this. Because now I'm too far in it to stop, you know? I have to keep going. But, I hope to God I never want to do this again. Because it's a lot of work. Granted, it's more comprehensive because I've done it before. And I'm using the pen tool instead of the normal drawing tool. Oh, but still, it's hard. It's a lot of work, chat. No, I don't need you. I just want you to come here. No, you're going here. How often do you use special characters? I'll be real with you. I want to say not often. But the minute I say not often, I'll probably find a scenario where I'm crying because I didn't make the special characters. Yeah. Because that's what happened with the last time I made a font. I was like, oh, it'll be fine. I don't need all this hullabaloo. I needed all the hullabaloo. And then I sat in agony for, like, the rest of that stream. Because I was working on that. S. Give me S. And then give me Z. A good majority of this just looks like it's like repeated, so it's not that big of a deal. I just gotta do it. Hog. The biggest problem will be when I go to export this, if I'm honest, but we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Let you go away. The real question, could I use a P? Could I use a P to do this one? I feel like I could. Yeah. Laziness for the win. And then take the letter D. Paste that there. Move this up here. No more example glyph. This one will have a line. It goes up here. No more of this. Hagen. No more of that one. No more examples. Alright. Okie dokie. I gotta finish the rest of these. Okay. Unstable. Unstable. I want this to be sharper. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Oops. I can take this E and apply it over here. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me give you 2 seconds. Pop. Thank you for the song request. Yum. Excuse me, I didn't mean to burp. Boop. 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 Oh, that's not an E. This one has an E though. bloop, 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 bloop. These three go in here. This one gets turned on. You go up here. Or, well, I guess I can leave it for now. Give me the A. This goes here. And do the bottom. One of these, put this here. Flip. There you go. This is a slower pace song than I'm used to Baby No Money being on, to be honest, but I like it. Chillax. Chillax day. Yeah, how's it going? How's it going, Odie? I was going to do working for the weekend and then I found this one. I like it. Oh my god. My DaVinci's being so slow. Doing good? I'm glad. Oh, why did I copy and paste it? Actually, that was a lot faster. Ooh, that was a lot faster. DaVinci liked that a lot more. Thank you for the save check. We are now saved. Okay, we fucked this one up. This one to in here. Turn off the reference. Save the thing. Copy this guy, paste that there. We copy the thing from over here. Nope, give. There we go. This goes in here. Save, turn this off. Blah. Okay. There you go. What do you mean there's another E over here? Oh my goodness. And then O, I'm just gonna make a tiny little O. What are the O I already have? Because they're very much the same. Oh, you know what? I should save this and close this. Probably would help my computer out a bit. Go in. Oh, my neck. This one is this one. A little bigger. That's crazy. This one here. You know, recently, this past weekend, I caught up on Don, and I gotta say, you know, watch the anime now, cause I'm all caught up now. I'm just worried that, like, if I watch it though, that it's gonna end in the middle of an arc. Cause that made me upset when they end it in the middle of an arc. Oh no, come back. No. Isn't this one? What you need from me? Oh, I need this. Boop. Just make it shorter. Boop. Boop. Boop, boop. 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 Off. Close. Boop. 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 Nice. And then I need this symbol. So apparently it goes right here. What you need from me? Turn this off. Take this guy, fix it there. Alright, that's pretty good. Yeah, because we haven't done the smaller letters yet. This letter, this one over here just looks like a letter B. Just weird. So I'm just gonna boop, boop. Go save. Oh, this V had a thing. It had a thing, and I forgot. Vertically. Again. Alright, time to go back over here. Because we're jumping around because my brain doesn't want to stay still. So, what you need from me? Okay. Do F's not go the other way? I don't know why, but my brain wants to draw the F the other way. Go. I bought this guy, put that guy in here. Are these all the same? switching. Huh? It's okay. No, don't. I don't know. Huh? Alright, let's just do the hook first. It's all okay. We're going up, 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 it's our moment. We're going, gotta be golden. And then I want to do a little cute thing. Like this. 4. Give me big J to make into little J. Okay, and then K. K is just a mini big K, to be honest. I'm gonna finish up the brain script and then I'm being sent on another. No problem. No problem. Thank you for letting me know. About 90% done with it. Poggin, good job. Thank you for your help. I look forward to reading it and recording it in this evening. Oh my god, there's so many letters to do. I'm just gonna modify the M shape for the N. Yeah, it's pretty good. And then I want to take big P. Big P. Oh. KJIH. There we go. This one. Becomes in one. Because it's a baby P. This also gets out more. Because it's a P. I wanna stay. No, don't go back. No, please. On. It's like an ugly ass arm, bro. Maybe it'll look better when it's thicker. Well. There we go. Now do the S. There we go. Reason why I left it all. In my wicked dreams, living in Tennessee, Santa Monica, and you got to me. Ooh, there's a nice over here. Okay. Go out more. Still love you in Tennessee. And a U is just an upside down N. What have you done? You can call me girl. Into the club, oh mama. Oh. There we go. That U feels a little off. Yeah. There we go. And then this guy. Right here. Then comes out. All of that. Yeah. No more gas in the red, don't even think about. Pretty good V. There's something else that needs a V. It's you. You need a Y, not a V. Does anybody need a V? Not really. You need this one. This one needs to get turned off. There are U's. U's are necessary on some occasions. And this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. Oh. Turn this one off. This one we close. This one we close. Oh, and put the N in that one. Okay. Boop, boop. Save. Close. It's too close for comfort. Deep in the night to come ground. Up inside your room. Okay. Alright, I think we're almost halfway done. I don't know anymore, I'm gonna be honest. Hope and pray. At symbol. C U S P. Cool. Now we need to do W, which I think the big W is just a whale W. So if we just took this W and made this W and then made it smaller, make sure that this guy is down here. And then we scooch this guy over. This guy go down. It'll be Polgan. Same for X. Okay, W X was an artwork. We hide this one, this one. Go. Artwork. And there's quite a few things that need the Y. This guy. This guy. Boop. Boop. Anything else need the Y? I don't think so. We do need these guys for this one. Actually, let's put you over here. Scoot. Away. What else needs the Z? I don't think anything else does. Hog. Okay. Oh, this one. Close. We're almost there, chat. There, convert to curves. It's like wider. Is that not too perfect though? Okay. It's not really what I was hoping for. That's okay. That's fine. Make this. Alright, let's have these go to the left. Oh, it's so wiggly. It's like a wonky one. What does the one look like in here? Oh damn, that's a cute ass one. Wait. I think I do like the numbers on this one, honestly. What? We can just start regulating all these. Boop. Boop, boop. Boop. And this one. Two, and then two. go. Ooh. 3. Alright. Last one. 4. Here. 6. Here. Okay, all done for now. It's a little wordy, so let me know if you want me to edit it again. I like my hashtags though. Let me look at it. Let me look at it. Grump in a brain rot. Unless you're pooping till failure, a good amount of your calories are burned from your brain eating itself. Brain rot content isn't the only thing polluting your mind. Impulsive thoughts, daydreams, or even everything your brain does to keep you alive creates waste with nowhere to go. What does the old hamster wheel do to girl math its way to living? What does the old hamster wheel do to the girl math its way to living? Flash on screen. Oh, okay. Like something out of Cells at Work, targets are hunted down and swallowed in a microscopic fleshy hell before flushing them out of your body. It's not just the garbage. Can't remember things that you learned years ago? Yep, a process called pruning takes advantage of this built-in garbage disposal to get rid of things you never think about. I like to imagine there's a little guy eating all the brain garbage like Cookie Monster, and even smaller ones getting all the crumbs. I think that's very cute. Little BLTs sucking up crumbs. We could just have little BLTs coming in going nom 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 nom. I like it. No, it's good. I like this. Hashtag girl dinner. Hashtag brain rot. That's good. No, this is great. And it's fine if it's technically wordy because I can read it. I read faster when I'm recording, so it's okay. Yeah, the eating. Yep. That's exactly what I was thinking. Same brain cell. That's always my go-to sound effect anyway. For eating. BRB, no prob. F, are you not? F is not. 4. Here you go. I like this one more. I have a feeling I'm gonna like all the ones that I've done previously for this. Comma. Take a look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. Ain't much of a girlfriend. Think I get along. Actually, you know what? Comma. Pancakes. That makes. If I had to choose over the sun, I'm one nocturnal son of a gun. Look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. But da. How much of a girlfriend? Go. It's just like straight down. Oh, it is. It takes so long. A picture of my friend. She's the only one I got. To a girlfriend. Nothing to get along. Oh my god. There's a lot of characters. I'm tired of this rainbow. Vertically. This one goes here. This one? Nope. This one? No. Which one is that one? Finish the comp for today. Good job. Good job. This one. Praying they do pretty good. I hope they do as well. Also, I'm sure they'll do wonderfully. Because you're the one that made them, you know? But even if they don't, it's okay. All we can do is throw our shit at the algorithm and pray that it works. To be fair. Indeed. Alright, you start doing for some of your luros that being Pog. Pog, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how those come out. Oh my god, so much work. Need this. Paste that there. Bring this up. Might have been off more than I can chew. Oh goodness. Well, remember, if you need more time on commissions, always talk to your client and let them know that you're feeling a little overwhelmed. You got like 7 edits pending. Whoa! Look at you, hotshot. It's looking awesome. But yeah, communication is always key. If you're feeling overwhelmed, don't forget to let people know.
I definitely didn't forget to switch this to Prime maincoow.
Yeah, fucking put it on that Prime, baby. Take money from Bezos. You're taking money from Bezos. But thank you so much, Vexed, for your continued support. For us here at the Milk Club, you're literally keeping my lights on. Mwah. And I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope work was good. I hope it wasn't too poop. I hope you're not too pooped. I'm trying to make a letter A. Trying to make an at symbol, and it's kind of working, but it's kind of not. Well, thanks. They did let me know it would take, I did let them know it would take me more than average since I'm taking some work on another editor that was out of town. Valid. I'm chilling at home right now. How was your little vacation trip? Did you have a good vacation trip? There you go. I don't like the at symbol. Boop, boop. It was nice to spend time with family. I'm glad. I'm so glad. I know for some people it can be very stressful, but I'm glad you had a good time. That makes me happy. Birds and Billy Cow. Oh my god, this is so much work, chat. Oh, why did I decide to do this? I feel like I kind of fucked up a little bit, chat. This is a lot of work. Alright, there I go. I have one for that one. Pull, delete. Example cliff. Are you locked? Don't be locked. I want you to be here. At the car hub. And then this one, should have one of these because I already did this one and I liked it. The baby. What's up, little baby? This one. And this one. Oop, I gotta put these in here. Oh, thank you for the hat paps. Oop. Oh my god, this is so much work. Oh, thank god I already did this one too. Baby. I'm just kind of realizing the ones I don't want to do, I could just use the ones that we already have because I like those. Boop, 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 boop. Ooh, you know what bugs me? That the other side of this is not like the same. I crop this just a little bit. Same with this guy. There you go. Minus. Oh, minus. I bet this one is the same, so I will. I'll take this guy and we'll just rotate him. And this one. Example goes away. Ooh. I'm to the A. I'm to A. Turn that back on. Me spooked. Nope, not this one. What is the divide symbol? Oh. Okay. For this one, we'll do this. And this here. In the middle. Yeah. There you go. this biome is so pretty. What biome is? Oh my god, what biome is it? What biome is it? Lush stacks. Oh yeah, those ones are really cool. Pretty cool. Three times a day this week. OCD. Easy. Go in there. Okay, no more examples. Okay. Boop. Just doing drugs. No, I want to change my mind. I only needed soda, kinda. I once just want to change my mind up. I'm kinda. I'm just doing drugs. No, I want. Oh my god. We're almost there. Nope. This one. Flip. This one. Shoop. Flip. Flip. Huh? Oh, I see. Example off. Go over here. Flip. Bloop. 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 There we go. What was there, chat? Oops. Oop. Brain dying. Brain over computing. Boop. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Let me flip this one. Scoot this guy. Move this guy into artwork. Turning sample off. Jesus, okay. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Oh, is there a I don't really have a cent sign on the keyboard. I'm gonna make this like a 3. Yeah. I'm gonna skip these ones for now. This looks like this one, but more extended. And then this. Go here. I don't know what this symbol is. It goes here, and this one goes across. Oop. I wish instead of example glyph it said what the glyph meant. So I don't know what all these glyphs mean. I just know that maybe you could access them on the keyboard sometimes. Oh. Minus. Wait, no. Minus that we were using. Wait. Is there another symbol in here? What? What the heck? Go all fixed. We just need carrot. Upside down. A little bit wider. I don't know how these are different than these guys. Oh wait, no. This one. Oh, and these two go in. No, we need the period. Period. Give me the period. Yeah. There you go. There's the ellipses. Except they are not all on the same height. There we go. It's like a percent and another 0. This one is. actually. 0, 0. Shooting stars. This one. This one. Go here. This one. Okay, go up. This one. Go for this one. This one going here. This one go out here. This one gets deleted. Then you come down here. And we have that. Shooting stars. You do to go up. And then rotate. And go in. And these guys go here. Oh. Hopefully this really was the last one, huh? Here we go. Harder, better. Over after is over. Oh my god, it's almost done. Oh my god. How to make it better, do it faster, it makes us stronger. The T. Go here. And these needs to come over here. Hour after hour, work is never. How to make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. Our work is never over. How to make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. Hour after hour, work is never over. Make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. Log in. And you want the C and a circle. And you want a circle, but you want R. Okay. But this needs to be like 2. Make it, do it faster, makes. Do it better, makes. Our work is never over. Stronger. Ooh. Alright, this one. My god! I can see the end! I can see the end! How to make it better, do it faster. Scam, scandal, I can't pick up the pretty flower. What flower? What flower? I applaud your dedication, thank you. These are gotta be like 3. Pink lotus. I wonder what that's from. Maybe it's because you have to pick up like the lily pad. You gotta pick up the lily pad, maybe. Could see that being a thing. Shit, there's something on here. You're the cutest damn font on planet Earth. I'm waiting for you to come to be part of you. Whatever we could do. Alright. Yeah, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. All I ever wanted was to see you smile. Bro, I gotta go pee. Also, I did not realize how late it has gotten. Please don't crash. Thank you. I will go pee once I am done with this set of glyphs. Where's the Y? You smiling, all I ever wanted. Make you mine, all that I ever do, baby. Why don't you see? Never wanted was you and me. I was hoping that would paste into the folder, but it didn't. That's okay. Alright. Nope. And then we'll take this one. Oof, nope. Oof. Yeah, I think that's good. Come in. Make my baby understand. Flip. Let me just delete one of these. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna do that, so I'm gonna be honest with you. Or that one, or this one, or this one. But, you know, we'll get there. I think I'm actually just gonna make them into... Actually... Give. I wanna combine these. And then black. And then this can go here. Yeah, there we go. Scoot it over. And then I'm gonna be lazy and get a segment tool. Make it a half. Like this. I'm back. I spent my errand time brainstorming and talking to myself about my path to full time. Fuck yeah. Good brainstorming, good brainstorming. I'm proud of you. I think that's that symbol. And then this symbol just feels like two S's. Is that not kind of like what it is? maybe like scoot it down. And also pressure like nope. Like this and then whoop. This one a little less. Nope. I need the other S. I need the base S again. Boop. 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 Yeah, it's like probably right. Hold on. Save profile. This one. Reverse. Reverse, reverse. Reverse, reverse. I think that's good enough. I don't know what this is. Step 1, mindshift change. I don't need to save for my regular paycheck to invest in my business. I need to make my business profitable enough to reinvest in it. That sounds smart, I think. I have no business sense, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. But if you believe it, I believe it. Oh, God damn it. That's fine. Instead of saving commission you for art, I need to get my own commission to forward your art. Oh, that's a good mentality. I like that. That's a good mentality. Reset. I like it. I like it. That's how I've been I feel like with like a lot of the stuff I commission is like I can't get new commissions unless the thing I'm doing unless I become profitable enough that I can, where it becomes a net positive to get commissions. Because at the end of the day, commissioning artwork is kind of like free marketing. Well, extra marketing. Shouldn't say free marketing. It's not free marketing. How do I draw this? What? Is this like an upside down 9? Why do I have no smoothness? Okay, there we go. Okay, it's like this. And then like this. And then like this. And then up some more. And then this. And then like this. Oh. Fuck. Actually, I think it'd be easier, right? Just. Was this Gwen Stefani? What the fuck? I didn't know this song was Gwen Stefani. I was wondering why I felt like I was missing a video for Vibe and Shine. I realized. Yeah. Cause I want to do some of the work, Kiwi. So I do Vibe and Shine and Roll for Fun. But you can read that one and proofread it if you want. Can't you're doing all the work. Especially because it's free labor. If I was paying you, sure, but free labor. I can't make you do most of my scripts. Well, you already technically do most of my scripts, so. That's okay. I don't want to steal it at all. Listen. Hold on, I'm trying to come up with a good reason why you can't have it. You have things to do with your day, you know. You know? So if I fill your day with writing scripts, you won't have time for anything else, and that's not good. Until I can pay you, you can't have more scripts. But I'll take as much as I can when you... Yeah, exactly. We're hoping one of us, you know, gets big first. You know, one of us pops off. Oh my god. Sometimes DaVinci just wants to be slow. Or not DaVinci, Resolve. Not Resolve either. It's the same, that's the same program. Sometimes Affinity just wants to be slow and it makes me cry. Hey, what you waiting for? What you waiting for? I did it. That was the last one. Now I have to figure how the fuck that I export all this. Because this isn't like Adobe Illustrator where I can just I don't think this is. Affinity Designer. Go P. Export SVG multiple pages. To export persona with all the files. What? Even tonight, once I'm done with the script, I'm gonna set up my VJ and my stream working. Yeah, fuck yeah, dude! Fuck yeah! I'm so proud of you. Oh, well, the first is just a clarification. Exporting bitmap. As there's no batch processing, bulk data, you would have to export the persona as a workaround this time, aka, you know, this sounds terrible. Okay. You know what we'll do instead? I should probably look at the guide. Am I supposed to name the file something? I forgot. How does that work? Stream my font. I don't know how this works. Select the glyphs you want to export. Do not deselect the empty ones. Select SVG and export artboard. Oh. Do you know about the smallest big cat? No? Question mark? I don't think I do. I want you to let me select it all. Please select it all, please. Okay. If I select all of them, just like if I were to select like literally all of them, export. Let's see, that doesn't seem to work. File export. This template. No. File. Export. Black-footed cat. It's the smallest member of the big cats and the most successful. Oh, baby! Oh, shit! Yo, what's up, gamers? I gotta fucking piss. Oh, what's up? How is your stream? Hi, Ray. Oh, wait, shit. Oh, shit, I can do the thing. Oh, wait, hold on. I can do the thing. Hold on. Wait. We got a new thing. I can do the thing. Hold on. Draw arm. And then I can do hi. Oh, wait, shit. The other one's better. Hi. Don't look at my mouse. Hi. Hi. Perfect intro to a newspaper. Thank you. I've been making my own font for the last like 3 hours, and I've had to go to the bathroom since. But hi. How was your stream? Handwave, let's go. I know I can do both. Watch. Look. Hold on. Let me scoot over. Wow. Hi, Ray. Dude, we should hang out sometime. Vocal Stim, you got it. We have Vocal Stim Redeem. Wow, will you release the font for others to use? Yeah, I mean, I don't care. Yeah, probably. I don't need it. I need it.
Abba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Oh, hi everyone. Welcome on in, Ray. Dude, we should hang out sometime. Do a collab if you're free at any point. Repo, peak, whatever you want, Holmes. Hi. Hi everyone. My name's Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on my socials. We do a bunch of stuff here. Earlier, I was messing with our community public Minecraft mod pack server. I'm scripting stuff with my good friend Kiwi. Have we ever collaborated? What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? Hold on. Hands going down. What do you mean? What do you mean, Ray? What do you mean? I'm automatically offended that you've already forgotten the wonderful collabs that I've had you in. You collaborated before. Hold on. Let me bring up the photo evidence. I have photo evidence on Twitch. Collab promos? 2024? 2022? Hold on, I gotta find them. It's been 4 years! I don't care! I don't care! Does that not mean you don't want... Did that mean you don't want to play video game with me? A lot has happened in the past. Well, yeah, dude, you like re-debuted recently. It was fucking sick. And if you guys haven't seen Ray's re-debut, please go check them out. Go check out their models. They're amazing. Did my shout out go off, by the way? Yeah, it did. Okay, cool. Oh my god, this is her that made me hate Terraria. Yeah! But we could literally do anything else. Because I remember we did Big Fall Guys. We did Big Fall Guys. You remember that one when we played Fall Guys? We also played Game of Life. We also played this one, Goose Goose Duck. You were murdering in this one, man. But if you ever wanna, doors open for you always. And I get that a lot of stuff happens. That's why, my door's always open. My door never closes. I have no door. I have no door. But yeah, thank you so much for stopping by. Oh my god, I think I forgot. I didn't stream the big ones. Oh, yeah, that's valid. No, we did a handful of stuff together. But I can understand. It's been a while. But thank you so much for the raid. If you need to go get rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy my descent into madness as I think I need to export each of these separately now. And I think I might scream, because that's a lot. That's a lot! But yeah. What'd you do on stream, Ray? What did you do? Wanna play Yu-Gi-Oh? I'm not Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, you're doing art. Yeah, I just drove home from Canada, so I need to pass out. Holy shit, yeah, go the fuck to sleep, brother. Go to sleep. I'm not going anywhere, go to sleep. Oh, I hope you have good eep. Have good eep. Good night. Have fun in the dreamland. I will try to keep your people entertained as I dive into insanity. But I've been well. I appreciate it, bro. I've been pretty good. I mean, financially, we're at our lowest. But you know what? That doesn't matter. Because mentally, we're at our tallest, Mental health, peaking. And that's all that really matters. Art skills, highest they've ever been. Motivation, pretty damn good. That's all that matters at the end of the day, really. When you think about it. Oh my god, I'm sweating. It's hot in my office, and I need to go to the bathroom, and I need to, turn on an AC or something. I don't wanna. Okay, how do I export an artboard? Tell me how to export textures as curve for font independence. Damn. Page 208. Can I not do all pages? Selection area only. Do not export. Can I do the whole document? Okay, let's try the whole document. And then we're gonna call this main font V3. And then we're gonna go into Font Forge and hope and pray that Font Forge isn't mad at us about it. Because they could be. This one? Where is it? This one. New. Oh shit. Import? BDF, SVG, this one. Okay. You must select the glyph before you can import an image into it? Will this work? No! It imported this one. Urgh. Import. SVG template. Fuck. Fuck. No! Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Good idea of the script. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I'm gonna send you the videos because I'm lazy and I already have the videos. Beep beep boop boop. Boop 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 boop. All right, hello. Hello. It is hot ass, but I don't want to close the window. I'm already sitting in my chair. Heave the boop. All right. The fuck are we doing? How do I export this? How do I okay, hold on, what? I'm gonna export the glyphs you want. Click the SVG and export artboard. How to export artboard Affinity Designer. Is my wife still streaming? Is my wife still streaming? Oh, I'm in my wife lap! My wife playing Fortnite. Also, the lack of sleep is less at fault than too much words. No, that's valid. That's completely valid. You need to switch to export persona. What's the export persona? What? Select an artboard. File, menu, export. File, export. Adjust the setting in the dialog. From the area pop-up, name the artboard. To export artboard using export persona optional. The golden and day. What? What? What are you saying to me? What is the export persona? Oh, a David Guetta. Oh, that's about to be fire. A David Guetta remix. I like David Guetta. He's got good remixes. Now, how the fuck do I export this? I think it'll be faster if I just do it this way. Hold on. Export. I don't want to do it this way. Stream. Font. New folder. V3. A. Export. Oh wait, I don't know how I'm export persona. Oh, it's that button. I want all of it. I was alone. Huh? Dojin. Huh? Gizoge. Ooh. I didn't know. Huh? I was a clean and I'm meant to be. Let me find my way. Okay, what? I was just about to DM you that. Okay, to export an artboard using... Oh, fuck, where'd it go? What? Okay, to export an artboard using... To export individual. Go into the export options panel. Adjust export settings for the appropriate slices in the slices panel. On the slices panel, adjust as appropriate. You can... The slices panel? Slices. Export slices. Export slices? There's really no fears, no. It's too hard to be. Personas are what Affinity calls those buttons for different workflows. Interesting. Is it working? Whoa. Oh no! Page 64 got... No! No! Some of these are fucked up. God damn it. We'll see. Okay. L65. Page 65. Where are you? The pound. Going up, it's our moment. You wanna get the work going. Gotta be golden. Oh, up with our voices. And woman, you wanna be golden. Well, Oh my god, we gotta go there. You. What would you? Not that only. Yeah, those two. And then this one. Now I gotta do it again. SVG slices, export slices, export. Why are they SVGs though? I guess that's okay. Okay, what if I wanna PNGs? You don't take PNGs. Cancel. Hold on. Why didn't it export out as SVGs though? File format SVG. Affinity designer export persona. Exporting PNG, not SVG. Try exporting SVG digital small. This will retain all the font. Okay. SVG. Digital small. Now did you do it? They're still PNGs. Using the emphasis are always hand in hand in order to really put the first. Exporting SVG social vector source the flow. None of these have those filters. These are all PNGs still. Can I import PNGs? Image. There's a tiny big cat for this week's TikToks, by the way. Yay! I'm excited. This is the wrong folder. This one. Stream. Fonts. My font. Ugh. Export individual glyph SVG files are inside the SVG folder. Put in a folder that also can. What? Affinity designer export to create font. SVG. Mm-hmm. Oh, and so I like tequila. Damn, this shit tasty. Okay, so what am I supposed to select the gifts you want to export? Do not select empty ones. Select SVG format and export artboard. Exported individual glyph SVGs are inside SVG folders, but put it in Windows Run. Wait, so what? So I need this guy? My things in the eyes, girl. Save as. So now that they're all in a folder. Where's my bench? This one, this one, this one. For Windows, run. Open file location. Okay, for Windows users. Export the individual glyph inside the folder. Put in a folder that also contains. Okay. For Windows, the console. Navigate to the folder using CD folder path. Skip for now. Oh, do I have to close FontForge? An output font will be generated. Navigate to the folder using the CD and execute the Python script using. Okay, I think that makes sense. So I'm gonna go here. Stream. My font. V3. What? Title. For console that. Is this not this one? CD. What? For Mac, the CD folder finds oh, Windows. Alright, what? For Windows, it's program file 86. For Windows 13, it's program file. Navigate to the folder. CD folder path. CD folder path. And an output SD is one that will be generated. Okay, what? So do I need the other? Like, do I need this? Copy as path. cute boy. The cans for Windows run C program files. Okay. Using CD. 8 Maltese. So am I supposed to write 86? Reach the folder using CD folder path. CD boop boop boop. Is it just supposed to be CD folder path? Okay, maybe we don't do it this way. Ew. Okay, so can I just drag and drop these? If I wanted. Import stream my font image. That work? Interesting. So wait, what? Navigate to the folder using CD. What if I did this instead? Open file location. And I did this, and I did a new folder, and I did, oops, PNGs. I did this whole thing, I put this in here. I took V3, and I pasted it in here. Continue, yup. And then I go to here, Windows R, I run this script. I go, maybe do like CD or V3 maybe? CD V3? So I cannot find the file path that is specified. Font Forge builds. File 64. Oh. Local C disk. Program files 86. Font Forge builds. Continue. Yep. We go to CD TC V3. Oh shit, Hog. And now that we're in V3, I have to just run and execute this. And exit using. God, it's so nice to be able to clear my XP bar and then store the XP. Fuck yeah. Checking it to say I love you. I love you, Mew. Okay, so why doesn't... is that why? Now export slices? Move. God, okay. Oh, what makes you pray? God. Downloads. New folder. They're still PNGs. Oh, is it cause export? Export? Yes! Pog. Okay. Continue. Yep. And now I want you to do it again. Why? Trace back proceed program by line 17 module font save out. Auto save as failed. Why did it fail? Why did you fail? Oh, I bet I know why. Dang it. Continue. I think I know what's going on. Okay. Some options. Stream. Oh. My font. We'll put it in here. Okie dokie. Copy as path. Okay. Oh, when are... Okay, so... Okay, so let's do it... Like here, maybe? Copy as path. I don't know if this will work, but we'll hope. Oops. One, two. This one. It's not recognized as an internal, external, or an operable program or batch file. Okay, so what about CD? Okay, nice. And then we execute this. What? Oh, it did it. Hog. Downloads. Go to your handle. V3 output SFD. Shift key. What? It didn't work. Oh, is this supposed to be... Is that why? Because the folder is not SVG named? That could be very much why. And delete this guy. Run this script again. What? File line 14 module value error and for page. Is there a page in here? Oh, is it not supposed to be pages? It's supposed to just be like... View folder also contain... Okay, so if this was just a new question... I think it'd just be easier to name this. It's supposed to be 65. What is the naming convention for this supposed to be? Export all ghosts as SVGs, file, execute script, copy and paste. Export %e, %n. Export all ghosts SVGs. Let's see, font template, font template single. So download it, you might get the git clone. Make sure the online forge. After finishing the drawings, example glyph. Hide example glyph. File export for screens. Select the GIF you want to export. Do not. For Windows users, for open the output SDF. Adjust the glyph's width using the shift key. SVGs or PNGs to font? I have a login on this? I do. don't think this will work. Combine SVGs into. Base 10 page. Is it just not like that it's called page? It's like 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Would now this work? Yes, usually line 14 in module glyph font create character in. Okay. Does Font Forge have a template? Font Forge. Font template. First create a new font menu. User font command. Okay. Well, I guess I'll finish that later. Maybe? I'm just like curious what export settings Affinity has that this doesn't have. Gold. What is E and an N? Gold dot, SVG paths. Anyone who loves your sins, the voice gets underneath your skin. Notes on dumping SVG items. Hopper file. In your mind now. Hurry, cause you're mine now. Oh God. I suppose it's from SVG without my explanation. For HL using font face automatically defining the role. Plus font kind shove in notes on dumping SVG outlines. Font forge, export a font's individual glyph into SVG files in batch. It doesn't say what it names the files, which is what I'm curious about. Font. What's font SVG globalist? Is it really like 65A, 66B, 67C? Is that how that works? Oh my life, Hallelujah. Let me see. Folder. Is that where we're at? Where are we? Yeah, okay. Oh no, we're in here. 66A, right? 65A. 65A. 66B. 67. 67B. Or C. Where is... I have a Python script. I think that can help me with this. Downloads. Serotonin. Python goes. Oh. Open... Notepad. Add Redux edit. Replace with... Page. Replace with... Save. Oh wait, no, it's page space. One. Pieces. You can't go back. Okay. Shit. Okay. I feel like this is more work than it's worth, so I will fix that later. Harmony. Like this is what it sounds like. I'm telling the songs. D-E. No, that wouldn't work right there. Okay. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I had to ask Pixels for help. I have to reopen the thingy though. History. This one. Oops. Oh my god. Ba 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 ba. Proud of me, there's an harmony. Only this is what it sounds like. Your hands open side eyes. Who's this guy? This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. This one, delete. I'll keep that there. Delete this guy. Put that there. Okie dokie. Alrighty. What was I doing? I think now we should record stuff. We should record stuff at this point, I think is the plan. Doesn't really need music. Just a script that's being written. This one just needs to be recorded. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna reset. My whole gay's gone. Why is my whole gay gone? Oh. This one. Yeah. There you go. Launch anyway. I should have made a list. We should have made a list. It's fine, I can do it really quick. Let's open DaVinci. Notepad. Hi, Moira. Go away. Go away. Scene collection, recording studio. Main profile, recording studio. Alright. And then DaVinci. Yes? What is it, Momo? Hi, baby. It's warm in here, huh? Close eyes. Wink. Puff cheek. Happy face. And then sad face. Angry, and then surprise. Oh, okay. I think I know how to do this. Okay, BLT's gotta go away for now, and then we gotta go to recording. Alright, we do this one. I think this is being weird because it needs to be -30. Yeah. Okay. gonna do this one first. I think I'm gonna do a closer like this. Yeah, okay. Okay, and then we'll play the audio. We're gonna start recording. And then if I play. Hold on. Start recording. Okay. Wait. This one. Okay. Now, gotta get a lot of wiggling in. Okay, and then close eyes. And then, ah. And then wink. And then puff cheeks. And then happy face. Sad face. And then, wait. And then angry face. And then special mood, which I'm gonna do. What part of the export are you having troubles with? I need to export the series of PNGs. Or SVGs. And the naming, I guess, I don't know if they name them differently than I do. It's the whole exporting out of Adobe Illustrator, that's the problem. Yes. Okay, how much is OBS gonna cut out of the video that I just did? Bruh. Please. Okay. Let's check it. Video editing, TikToks. This one. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. It's fine. See, is it V? Yes. Yes, that is correct, sir. That is my problem that I'll be having. Alright, we can record Vibe and Shine first. Oop. Me. Tease me. Easily. Alright, I have to get stuff off my head. Bye bye, plushie. Oh, my headset's falling. Okay. This. Look out, Simba, there's a new cat watching over their own kingdom. To be completely honest, I don't know if this little guy even has a brain cell to watch things, but at least he's downright adorable. Flying from the king of the jungle over to the desert. No. Flying from the king of the jungle over to the desert, we get to witness what it's like when a sandstorm occurs right after the settling of a snowstorm. And I gotta say, that... I messed it up. Flying from the kingdom of the jungle over to the desert where we get to witness what it's like when a sandstorm occurs right after the settling of a snowstorm. And I gotta say, it looks tasty. Like ice cream and red chocolate powder, give me, I want to eat. I don't care what you say, it needs to be in my mouth. Speaking of tasty treats, look at this pig named Duncan. He's a retired show pig, and I don't know if anyone else realized this, but that's a big pig. He's so big, but just as cute, and he gets to eat all the oatmeal cream cookies he wants, and I hope he gets more in the future. Hopefully that one was okay. It felt a little rough. That's just because it's our first video. My headset keeps falling off and it's making me annoyed. So I don't want it to keep falling off my head. My head's small. The band on it's wearing down. File save project as what number? 31? Girl, let's see what he wants it to whirl. World. D. D. To twirl. Hopefully that's not okay. This is too loud. This needs to go up. Thank you for calling Pixelated Tech Support. What did you break? I didn't break anything. I just don't have the right programs. Oops, not that one. Nope, wrong ones. Let's see. Alright, this one's all recorded up. Save. Put this down. Me on my mind. It's very hard for me to find time. Yeah. There we go. And we'll record the other one. Copy. That doesn't work like that. Okay, that's fine. Ugh. Oh my god, I just got hit with a bag of money. I heard you should clean the stuff so that... Oh my god, I just got hit with a bag of money. I heard you should clean the stuff, so let's go to the laundromat. Oh my god, I just got hit with a bag of money. I heard you should clean this stuff. Don't like. Woo! I need all of it. I need all of it, Pixels. Oh my god, I just got hit with a bag of money. I heard you should clean this stuff, so let's go to a laundromat. Check it, clean it, sort it, ship it. Cash Cleaning Simulator welcomes you into a life of a low-life criminal with a particular special... Cash Cleaner Simulator welcomes you into a life of a low-life criminal... Okay, no, low level. Cash Cleaner Simulator welcomes you into the life of a low-level criminal with a particular speciality. When your underworld contacts need dirty money to come back squeaky clean, they call you. Each delivery is different, arriving in bags, boxes, or stuffed into mattresses. It's your job to retrieve it all, identify any problems like dirt, blood, or counterfeit bills, and get to work. Your clients expect results. Do your job well, or do whatever it takes and reap the rewards. I got this game back when it released, and it was a blast. I got this game back when it released, and it's a blast. You can play it at your own pace, whether you just want to turn your brain off or get big brain with all the math. It's up to you. Available on Steam, you can grab Cash Cleaner today and live your... Available on Steam today, you can grab Cash Cleaner and live your biggest money dreams. One more time. Available on Steam, you can grab Cash Cleaner Simulator today and live your biggest money dreams. That's probably fine. That's probably fine. Roll for fun. This? Hi. Yeah, you can send it.
Were you having trouble with the files once you exported them, or were you just having trouble figuring out how to export them?
The first one, and I was still having problems, and I think I figured it out, because, like, I got the code to work and everything. Okay. It's just, it feels like because I exported it out of Affinity, it just wasn't...
So you got the set of them from Affinity, but then they weren't loaded.
Yeah, I think because it wasn't reading the names correctly, because... I don't really know, though.
Okay. I'll take a look at it. Yeah, because I was like, okay, I don't have Affinity. What was the broken part? So it was, you got them out of Affinity, but then something after that.
Oh, I took that with... No. I recorded that bit with the wrong thing. Okay, well, now I have to redo that part. I feel like I should just retake the script. I think I'm gonna retake the script. Because my face isn't on the screen. My face isn't staring directly at the screen. Oh wait, I could keep the oof though. Check it, clean it, sort it, and ship it. Cash Cleaner Simulator welcomes you into a life of a low-level criminal with a particular speciality. When your underworld contacts need dirty money to come back squeaky clean, they call you. Each delivery is different, arriving in bags, boxes, or stuffed into mattresses. It's your job to retrieve it all, identify any problems like blurt. Each delivery is different, arriving in bags, boxes, or stuffed into mattresses. It's your job to retrieve it all, identify any problems like dirt, blood, or counterfeit bills, and get to work. Your clients expect results, do your job well, or whatever it takes, and reap the rewards. I got this game back when it released, and it's a blast. You can play at your pace, whether you just want to turn your brain off or get big brain with all the math. It's up to you. Available on Steam, you can grab Cash Cleaner Simulator today and live your biggest clean money dreams. Available on Steam, you can grab Cash Cleaner Simulator today and live your biggest money clean dreams. I just learned Japan has a mental hospital inspired aesthetic. It's called Menhera. Interesting. That's cool to know. Oh, wow. I didn't do good. It's this one. Okay, cool. And then I forgot to do the little bit. Oh my god, I just got hit with a bag of money. I should have Oh my god, I just got hit with a bag of money. I heard you.
POV, I'm at your door.
Hello, Raiders. Hold on, let me stop recording. Hi, how was stream? Hi. Oh wait, shit. Wait, I could do a thing. I don't know why it's not working, but here you go. Oh wait, wrong one. Hi. Hi, Raiders. Welcome on in. How was your stream, Jacob Ray? Kindly put your memes in the bag. You got it. We're currently making memes, TikTok memes, technically. How's it going? How was your stream? Did you have a good stream? I hope you did. I don't know why my thing doesn't go off when my thing goes off, but like, hi, how was working? I've had a good time working. If you need to get rest, get dinner, whatever, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you have fun listening to me try to record bits for TikTok, because it's hard. It's hard. Thank you for the head pants. If you don't know me, I'm maincoow, also known as Elaine, and we do silly funny things here. Currently, we're trying to record scripts, and it's hard, because reading is hard. Hey yo, stream was good, tasking away with the coworking today. How goes it? It goes good! We were productive today. We made a whole ass new font, which I still need to compile, and then we did, some scripting, and then we fixed our community Minecraft server. So yeah, we got to hit the cute anime girl for the low price of free $99. If you want, of course. You don't have to, but if you feel like it, you can. Words are hard. Words are so hard. I like have to read words and stuff, and like this was like my third take at the beginning. And it's hard. Okay, let's see if I can get it. Bet one take. All right. Oh my god, I just got hit with a bag of money. I heard you should clean this stuff, so let's go to the laundromat. I actually did that in the first try. Holy shit. Holy shit, chat. Holy shit. Alright, let me just grab that, because I've been struggling. I've been struggling. But it actually worked that time. It's probably because you guys are here. Performance anxiety. Who? Not me. Not me. I gotta go knock out soon, but I shall leave a lurk up. Good night with the recordings. Thank you. Good night. Thank you for the lurkies and the raids. You're amazing. Perfect for the latest TikTok that came out. Yup. You guys haven't. I have TikToks that I post daily. You should check it out. Thank you for the you got big bad evil guy vibes. But thank you for the check-in and the vibe check. Cool. You gotta stop thinking about the words caveman script. Oh, okay. I did that script. Did you know's also done. Roll for fun. So next we do did you know, and then you're working on V stars, and then my brain is like pooping itself. I feel like my brain is pooping itself. Okay, speaking of poop, it actually goes with our next script, funnily enough. There you go. Alright. File, save project as. What number is this one? Oh, spring, I don't want to say again. Okay. I think I gotta be looking at the script when I redo this, okay? Okay. Alrighty. Try the next one. Unless your poop, wow! And clips. Thanks. Ooga chaka. Did you know that unless you're pooping till failure, a good amount of your calories are burned from your brain eating itself? Brain rot content isn't the only thing polluting your mind. Impulsive thoughts, daydreams, or even everything your brain does to keep you alive creates waste with nowhere to go. What does the old hamster wheel do to grow math its way to... What does the old hamster wheel do to grow math its way to healthy living? Like something out of Cells at Work, targets are hunted down and swallowed in a microscopic fleshy hell. Like something out of Cells at Work, targets are hunted down and swallowed in a microscopic fleshy hell before flushing them out of your body. It's not just the garbage. Can't remember things that you learned years ago? Yup, a process called pruning takes advantage of this built-in garbage disposal to get rid of those things that you never think about. I like to imagine there's a little guy eating all my brain garbage like the Cookie Monster, I like to imagine there's a little guy eating all the brain garbage. Yeah, I know I read that right. I like to imagine there's a little guy eating all the brain garbage like Cookie Monster, and even smaller ones getting all the crumbs. Yeah, my headset fell off while I was doing that. Did I press record? I did. Thank God. Okay, well, wait, let me do one more take, though, because I kind of want to use my eyebrow. Okay. Did you know that unless you're pooping till failure, a good amount of your calories are burned from your brain eating itself? Brain rot content isn't the only thing polluting your mind. Impulsive thoughts, daydreams, or even everything your brain does to keep you alive creates waste with nowhere to go. What does the old hamster wheel do to grow math its way to healthy living? Like Like something out of Cells at Work, targets are hunted down and swallowed in a microscopic fleshy hell before flushing them out of your body. It's not just the garbage. Can't remember that thing you learned years ago? Yup, a process called pruning takes advantage of this built-in garbage disposal to get rid of things that you never think about. I like to imagine there's a little guy eating all the brain garbage like Cookie Monster, and even smaller ones getting all the crumbs. I think that was good. I think that was a good take. That felt like a good take. Because I used a little bit more expressions because I'm lazy and I don't tend to use expressions in my videos because I'm too busy reading to think about expressions. But I honestly should get better at remembering to use my expressions. Oh, gosh. There we go. One clips. Mute this guy. Ooh. Ooh. I have therapy tomorrow. And I was supposed to pick up my meds this weekend and I forgot because our car is in trouble and I don't think that the pharmacy ever emailed me back. They didn't text me back. Ah! What am I supposed to do? Did they call me? Oh, my healthcare called me. Uh-oh. 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 Did they leave a voicemail? They didn't leave a voicemail. Damn it. Okay. I'll check it. I'll confer with that later, I guess. Oop. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Check my other email. Maybe they emailed me something. Okay. Boop. Let me check. Let me check that. Boop. Boop. Email. Doesn't look like it. Okay. No. Okay. Did you know is now recorded? Which means I can check this off. Did you know? Tomorrow is Tuesday. I do want to do the Did You Know? Vibe and Shine. Wednesday we'll do club clips and the skits, and then Thursday, after we're on Gordy's dating show, we will come back and we will do the other videos. Sounds about right. Okay. We just gotta wait for these scripts, I think. Yup. Yup. Oh yeah, I forgot to get their... Oh damn. Kiwi got all the babies. Got all the credits in there. Hang on. I'm trying to be size. Luckily, they were all in one place. Poggin. I mean, I really only do the rig people, to be fair. I just finished that one up too. Pog. Okay, I'll do that one right after I get their credits. It says that account doesn't exist. Oh, fuck. I don't want to have to... Save. 3D. Wait, are we mentioning 3D too? Yeah, okay. 2D. Why? Why? Do they just not exist anymore? Oh, that spooked. Oh, that spooked me. They don't exist. I couldn't find any clips that I felt really showcased their personality, but the one I found was a good recent clip. Okay, sounds good. How am I supposed to find the artist? Model art by... Wait, was it by this person? Model art by, rig by, music by. Oh, so maybe it's by this person then. Okay. Video description of model showcase of the design, model revealed by, model art by, music by, ref sheets. Tara. Okay. Seems like we're good. Okay. Let's change the hair. I want this one now. And then we take off the glasses. Okay. I should probably read this first. If you get anxiety with anything medical care, let me introduce you to this lovely poltergeist patient advocate. Cyanosis, or Psy for short, for short. Oh, okay. They also have a card with all their socials that the artist isn't on whatever platform. Pog. Whether you're working up the courage to call your provider or waiting forever in the lobby, they just have the right kind of cozy that will help wash away all of your worries. Okay. My brain just wants me to read it, so I'm going to do that. If you get anxiety with anything medical care, let me introduce you to this lovely poltergeist patient advocate. Cyanosis, or Psy for short. Whether you're working up the courage to call your provider or waiting forever in the lobby, they have just the right kind of cozy that will help you wash all your worries away. And can I just say, I'm jealous of that sweet ride. Nothing can stop this hauntingly adorable personality from chasing their dreams, except maybe some hostile architecture. This disability and LGBTQ plus friendly community has enriching activities for every patient, like art, ASMR, or Japanese practice. I hope there's enough time for snacks. Make sure to check out their socials for their army of awesome artists who help bring their streams to life. I think that was good. Sounded good to me. Just talking into the namesake. Are you okay? Poggin. Wait, was this one good? It was. Cool, and then I'm gonna download that clip really quick. I think we have this one. Maybe not. No. Okay, I think it should be this section. Cool. My headset is slipping. About to piss me off, bro. Kiwi, in the script, is saying the sweet ride thing weird because I don't know if they can walk. I think their ride is their wheelchair. Is the sweet ride weird to say? Oh my god, I can't. Okay. I might cut that. I might cut that part out. Can I just say this one? I don't know, but I think their ride, quote unquote, is technically a wheelchair. So I don't know. They do use a wheelchair as one of the clips. I saw them talking about the challenges of traveling with it. Yeah, so maybe saying I'm jealous of it isn't the play here. But it's okay. That's just, it's so tiny. It's such a tiny part of the script. So I hope you don't mind. But we still have a good lengthy video. If I just don't have that tiny bit. Cause I kind of like having legs. Okay. My brain is trying to think. I'm trying to like think of something and then my brain died and now I can't think of something. I'm just gonna trim this just a little bit. Feel free to cut it out or I could rework it to show specifically the wheelchair art. I think it's okay. We hit the mark, so if you want to reword it, you can, but I'm not that worried about it because it's already a 38-second video, which is perfect for the algorithm. So I'm not really worried about it. Excuse me. Replace clip. Don't you cry no more. Okay. This one is now done. And so I need to update the tabbies on this. This one save. Did you know? Sometimes script this one. 9-hour stream, girl. Go to sleep. I'm not done working yet. No. I haven't recorded your script yet. I still need to record your script. No. 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 I don't want to go to bed yet. This one needs music. Ever higher. It's only the beninging. The beninging. Kiwi making me laugh. I choke on my own saliva. What am I thinking about? Rip. I'm okay. No, I'm good. I'm back. I'm here. Alright. Since Kiwi is doing your script right now, I am going to do a maintenance thing that will make my brain very happy tomorrow, because then I don't have to think about it tomorrow. Great. Is my wife still streaming? She just chatting. Someone subbed. Puggies. Okay. Piloting. Please. Good. Good. Oh my god. Using your content for the script is making me act up. It's true. Please. Please. Got to popping. And cut this part off. And go to like this part. Nope. There you go. And this part. Oh. Carry on my wayward son. Everything you have done. Oh my god. I love when I don't pronounce things like fully, like poltergeistic, you know, and then it just does something completely different. It just makes me giggle. It make me giggle. And then yeah, I wasn't expecting it to get this. Cyanosis. Or Psy for short. cool art. Honestly, your art's just very pretty. So, like, if you just wanted to draw me, you know, I get it. I get it. I get it. Yo, I get it. I'll be fine with it. Wise man. For short. All I ask is no full nudity, but otherwise make it as tasty as you want. So you remind me how I really am. And then I have a new profile picture. How are we looking at the NSFW fundraiser? We don't have one right now. I didn't make a new one. We can make a new one. Doesn't have a bonk emote for this? You do! I have one! I have one. Do you want me? I could get a spray bottle. Can I get a spray bottle gift?
I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl.
I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. I could make one. Ow, 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 no, Ghosty, no, no, Ghosty, no, please. Sometimes I be horny. Please. Please. This is how it is sometimes. Also, I forgot. I don't know what movie. I think we're gonna watch. It's okay, Kiwi. As long as it's not full nudity, it's fine. If you want a reference for, I think the spiciest one that we've done in terms of videos, Camilla Bombette, was like a little. No. Why? Why? You're in this with me, Kiwi. You are in this with me. What do you mean? But I was just like, K-Bombette, but because she does, like, fancy stuff, and a lot of people know her for that. Ow, 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 ow. I'll be bullied. But we did a video on Nanolist. Where is it? This one? This one? Like, my brain cell, please, I can't take it. You have to deflect the gooner allegations to remain funny. I am a gooner. No! I just don't want to be bonkied. I'm a gooner. I'm just only a little horny sometimes, you know? You know, I get shy. Am I funny? You are very funny. I just get shy about being horny on stream, you know? Gooning is base chat room. Heart. I hope. Name is no one. Listen, gooning is good for you. You know, No Nut November is actually really bad for you. That's how you get, like, testicular cancer. I'm pretty sure. So, goon. Gooning is good for you. Don't make it other people's problem that you're gooning, but gooning is good for you. I actually did a really good job enunciating and not having too many little points in this, which I'm very proud of. UK says no gooning. That's because the UK is goonless. They just don't have. They're jealous because they got the time. They don't get to the goon. They're like, oh, if I goon. My lack of context is crazy. You're welcome. Like, why are you demanding me to goon? I don't want you to get cancer. Listen. I don't have the big zoom in anymore because I forgot to put it back, but you gotta goon. You gotta goon. Listen, if you don't goon, you will get cancer. No gooning equal cancer. Certified. My whole thing is being the biggest gooner hidden behind a gentlest, smooth bits goblin. That's valid. Like, the beans and toast are demanding their brain. I'm just saying, I will never get ball cancer. Good. Check the deep freezer. That's all the context. No, don't check the deep freezer. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. I probably get different cancer with my lifestyle. Yeah, you know? I just think getting cancer because you didn't goon enough is just, in my opinion, the silliest way to get cancer. Other than smoking, but that's just the stupidest way, I think, in my opinion. The gooning problem is like, well, I mean, you go look at porn. Be explorative. Don't be boring. Woo, baby, that's what I'm talking about. You guys are funny. You guys are funny. Cancer Prevention 101. Yay! Wait. I'm gonna listen to this. Gotta go. I need to put my alerts behind me. I keep forgetting to put my alerts behind me. Alerts gotta be behind me. Thank you for that clip. Love my little gooner bud. We're all little gooners. I'm just a shy gooner. I'm a shy gooner. When I goon, it's in the privacy of my home, you know? I don't need y'all knowing when I goon and when I don't goon. Just know that I goon, you know? Like, that's all that needs to be known, is that I do goon. Oh wait, okay, I did that one. What do you use to host your Minecraft server? I use Pebble hosting. We use CurseForge and Pebble hosting. What? Do you play Minecraft? Do you like Minecraft? You can play Minecraft with us. It's free. It's free as long as you are in the Discord. That is my only recommendation at this point. But yes. Can I get your opinion on the video description for Moira? Yes, yeah. Is it expensive to host? It's like, I think it's like $30 a month. I think. I approve of this, Kiwi. My community was asking about it a few times. No, that's valid. I think definitely, I'm blessed. My roommate knows I really like Minecraft, so they kind of gifted me a Minecraft server that they're paying for. If you are paying out of your own pocket, I would recommend subscriber only, because then you get less griefers and stuff. This is going to be the caption to your video. Make a lane laugh and you get away with it. Yep. But yeah, and I also recommend, if you're gonna have a modded Minecraft server, because if you're gonna just do vanilla, it's a lot easier to host a Minecraft server, I'm pretty sure. But like, if you're doing modded, don't do what I did. Pick a pre-made mod pack. Pick a pre-made mod pack. I have my own mod pack, and this shit's a bitch. This shit's a bitch. It's a lot of work. What's this update? Fix mixin error. Oh, that's fine. Improve tooltip rendering performance. Fix bug buffer size. There's a few, but they lag really badly. Yeah, it like depends on like the optimization mods and all that stuff. Even when I was paying like $30 a month, that's valid. It's a lot, like, not only is it dependent on the server, but it's also dependent on like if people are being considerate and not like if they have like create mods, as long as they're turning stuff out. So I was worried like hosting by 30 people would be crazy expensive. I don't think it would be expensive. You would just have to use a pretty... Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Welcome on in, Sino! Oh, my God. Hi! How was Pokemon Infinite Fusion? Did you have a good stream? Oh, shit, that was, like, delayed. Welcome on in. I hope you had a wonderful time. Feel free to tell us how it was. I'm just going to circle back really quick because I was in the middle of a conversation with MoOVT. Check them out if you haven't. About Minecraft servers, and it's if you're doing a mod pack, you have to make sure it stays optimized. You don't have too many recipes. That's why I highly recommend, like, if you're gonna make a mod pack, use someone else's that already exists. But yeah, if you need any help, like, let me know in DMs. I can give you all the tips that I have. Let me, I gotta do the thing. I don't know why it's not doing the thing, but hello! Oh, wrong arm. Hello, Raiders! Hello! Hi! It was O'Keys was my wind down hour after doing art comms. I hope art comms were good, and I hope Pokemon was great, and I hope you got all the Pokemon you wanted to. Hi! Look, I can even do it with both hands. Hi! Maybe we can always add or remove other people. Yeah, you can always optimize too. So like if you wanted all the mods but you didn't want like all the content that is in all the mods, you can take stuff out and stuff. So yeah, or if your community likes medieval style stuff, they have a lot less. So, but yeah, you just have to make sure people are considerate with how far they're flying away, how many chunks are they loading, are they using tech mods, and are they being considerate about tech mods. But yeah. Sino, though, if you need to raid and go rest, feel free to do so. Thank you so much for the raid. You're fucking amazing. Don't you worry. It's 2 a.m., so I'm gonna get a snack and sleep. Sorry to raid and run. I love you. Thank you. I love you. No problem. Please go sleep well. I'll definitely be seeing you around. I'm just gonna put you on this list down here, and just don't mind me. I'm just gonna move some people down really quick. I'm just gonna put Sino. I'm just gonna make a little TikTok about you, talking about how cool you are and how cool your art is. You know, don't mind me. Just gonna put that in there because we love to do that for people that are amazing in the community. So thank you so much. Thank you. But yes, get good rest, sleep well. My arms aren't going away. What is happening? There you go. Yup. But thank you for stopping by. Close. We get the file. Save project as. No! Why no? No, go to bed. Go to bed. Go away. Go to bed. Don't say no. Unless you literally don't consent, then that's fine. I can take you off the list, but I like making videos about other VTubers. It's fun. It's fun. I was thinking of something and now I've totally forgotten. Oh, I was gonna do the other. You'll have to teach you how to make YouTube video shorts. I got you, Pookie. I got you. Anytime, anywhere. I'll pay with art to teach me. Listen, I'm gonna be real with you, Pookie. I'm gonna be real with you. I'll make edits for you in exchange for art. But I can also teach you. Though. If you want, give a man a fish, he can eat for a day. Teach a man how to fish, and he can eat forever or something. I don't know how that phrase goes, but yeah, I could definitely. That is much to ponder, but yeah, I got you. Yeah, especially with DaVinci, it's nice, especially because like they have. I don't know if the free version does, and the nice thing about DaVinci Resolve is that once you buy it, you never have to buy it again. But they do have really nice captioning tools. I want to finish my library to make any more content. No, that's fair. It was hard for me when I was starting out because I just had a PNG model. My model as a PNG, and it kind of I didn't like it as much. I didn't like the content as much because it was just me as a PNG. I think this is like one of them. Yeah. And it's just a lot less movement, I feel like. So now that I can move, I get it. I definitely get it. So I think people would like to see the live 2D model in videos talking. Yeah. And I mean, you could even make TikToks about you making the model, like rigging or just drawing the model. TikTok loves progress videos. I didn't get my VGen up. You're turning into a walking advertiser with all your friends. You're making with your... That's my thing, man. I don't know. That's just my thing. I'm just a walking advertisement. Hi, I'm the walking advertisement. That's why more companies should sponsor me. I'm a good advertisement, and it like goes seamlessly with my content. But it's whatever. It's whatever. Oh, good. A good. And then I need this to go up by 5. Why is it by -5? It should be by 5. It should be 0 then? Till failure. Till. Failure. Oh! You want to know something cool that I did? You guys want to know something cool that I did? I signed up for a VTuber group. I don't know where it'll go or if it'll go anywhere. I just think it might be nice to have some management team that helps me do other stuff, like have merch. Would you consider coming to you about a short form video economy if that's yours? Yeah, no problem. Yeah, totally. Even if it's paid or yeah. I mean, I do have commissions, but yeah, we can totally talk about, like, if you just want me to do like one as like a test, and then, like, you know, yeah, but yeah, feel free to just talk to DM me. I'm happy to help. But yeah, I signed up for V Fantasy. Hi, Gore! I signed up for V Fantasy, and it seems pretty cool, and they like help you get merch or something. I don't really know anymore. I started it like I did it like last week, and then my brain was like, it's off. But like, is it VGen or is it comms? Why doesn't it do that? Is it VGen? I don't remember. I don't know. Hopefully there will be no group drama like hopefully. I mean, this isn't like a big thing. Like, they're not gonna help us, like, they're not gonna help us to have money or anything like that. They're just here to, like, what is it? They talk. Oh, what we do for you. If merch is handled through a third party, so they help you, like, get merch and stuff. And, like, help you with, like, profits and stuff. Really, it's mostly merch. I don't think... Okay, as a group, we provide creative support, collaborative opportunities, branding guidance, lore development assistance, group promotions, merch opportunities, monthly mental health check-ins, and a close-knit, encouraging community. And they can't really, like... You need a commands command? I do need a commands command. I also have the... I have the card. I have the card thingy, but I might be full screen for some of you guys, so that's completely valid. I have this. My comms are just right there, yeah, it's right there, right here, you know. But I'll make a thing. I'll make a thing. I'll make a note. Other. VGen command. Okay. My neck. Okay. Right. Okay. So failure. What? Since you want, I will. She does video edits. Okay, thanks. Thanks. Isn't the only thing polluting your mind. I'll never be sad. Listen, I have other things to think about, you know? Like the song. I woke up, I never know dad. I feel like it might be easier to update that than the about section. Huh? Forehead itches. At least more frequent without you reworking. Huh? There's a group called Intrusive Thoughts that look like something I could maybe join. I have to look harder doing NSFW content. That's valid. I think I heard of them. Hold on. I think I know who's in there. That was a bad idea. I realized that was a bad idea. Hold on. People. Who? Be careful. My bad. My bad. Yeah, it's by a Biko, right? Oh my god! There's feet. There's feet. There's feet. Feet scare me. Feet scare me. Okay, anywho. Yeah, no, I definitely think you should try it if you can. If you can. Feet pog. It's so weird. Ocean. Daydreams or... That's really the only reason I haven't read it is, well, yeah, I know the comments could be good though. Yeah, yep. Hi, Sajiko. How are you? Don't mind me. How have I finished? How was your stream? Did you have a good stream? We had a great stream. What? I lost my place. Everything polluting your brain. Daydreams or. Ha! You could always make a separate account. Oh, that's true. It was a good stream. We did zombies and stuff, then Fortnite. Ayo made how's the working and vibing. Oh, Fortnite was fun. I was peeking in, you playing Fortnite. The work is going good though. We're vibing. I'm editing the subtitles so I can edit stuff for tomorrow while I wait on my final script. Fortnite was swebby. Oh, I'm sorry. I do a flashbang. Actually, I did quite a good job, like, reading the script. Like pronunciating words, so that way the assistance tool could, like, understand what I'm talking about. They could put the help pads. By the way, how have to use your model's name? I saw that they had us. Like Kiwi. But anyway, so I'm gonna lurk a little more just because I can't type. Love you. Love you. Enjoy your nails. Yep. Sleepy cow cat. Always sleepy cow cat. I was talking to my friend yesterday, and I was like, dude, I'm so tired. He's like, didn't you wake up a few hours ago? I'm like, nah, I've been up a while, but like, I'm eepy. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, I'm eepy the minute I wake up. I'm eepy. Deserves love. You deserve love. You deserve all the loving. Go wasting your emotions. Lay all your love. Oh. I think my brain is dying. Hello? I just heard a train honk. Like a literal honking train, like a train honks when it does stuff. But there's no trains near us. There used to be a train near where I live, so I would remember noise, but like that one did not exist. That did not exist. The keenness of having access to people I'm writing out. I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What are you on? Have you done? Looks like it only works when others are on. Okay. I'll do it the long way. That's... Oh. shit, I fucked up. Timeline, AI tools, treat. You be tonight? That's the question. Will you be tonight? That's the question. Bow, 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 bow. I know you heard the rumors. Wait, what? Stuff. So let's go. Wah. Wah. Let's go. Oh, I did it. Yippee. This is a ref. Ooh. Ooh, we love reference sheets. No, what do you mean? What? Elaine, what's the status of the lower comment? I need to see the final product. I think it's still being worked on. How long has it been? I try not to ask for too many updates. Just cause like I don't like to bug people, but let's see. I think last Friday I asked for an update. These artists, I'll be honest, the artists that I commission tend to take a while. Let me see. From time of sketch. Sketch happens September. October. Yeah. Well, this one only took, so the last time it only took a month for them to finish everything. So I'm not gonna lie, when it comes to the internet, the biggest one to find is a timely and skilled artist. That's valid. No, that's valid. A lot of my artists are like, they're really good artists, but they take a while. Which I don't super mind if I say that works quickly and with good quality. Like, most times the artists that I'm working with, they just take like a month. Because they also take other commissions, but curse my weakness for horns. That's how I got my job, not from being the best artist, but because we're being left on the cliffhanger. Because I was quick and always did my work when needed. No, that's valid. Yeah, no, that's completely valid. That's how I got my first 3D game dev job. But yeah. But yeah, that's how it was for my first job. But yeah. Sorry, my brain like died as I was saying that sentence, but yeah, no, I'm You're different. Yeah, a lot of my artists take a while, but I don't mind. I don't mind, because then, like, the fun part about it is if they take a while, I forget about it. And then I get a nice little present surprise later when I'm poor, so. Boxes or... Good thing I'm faster writing for other people than doing my own projects. That's valid. Sorry. Being fast at drawing, slow at choosing what to work. That's valid. Sometimes you just guys have too many choices. You are correct at drawing, I will say. At least. And this should be and then the its part comes here. It's a blast. Yippee you. Weather pace. Weather. Boop. Steam you. Dreams. Save. Okay, that one's done. I didn't do that one. I did this one, so it's close. Close. Oh, there it is. Close. So we just gotta do... I think there's 2 videos left. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Chat, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Close. Okay. I said myself whole time. Create subtitles. I wanna live a life that to tell my boyfriend what I've been doing. I feel like I was thinking about also doing another thing, but now I've forgotten what that thing was. This is unfortunate. Kingdom. These 2 need to be boosted by 5 because I can't hear myself. 5. Yeah, there you go. Boop. Yeah. Honest. I don't. Oh. Honest. I don't know. Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Flying from... Oop, nope. Flying from... Oh, I did the wrong. Flying from... Oh, there we go. Wow. Give, oh shit. Should be here, give me. Horns are cool. That's why I have them, but I have them because I'm a cow. I have mine because I'm a cow. Boop, boop, boop. Him. Boop, boop. Look. Look. His name is Duncan, like Dunkin' Donuts. Duncan. Boop, boop. And he. Oh, you worked at Dunkin' for a while? Did you like it? Is Dunkin' good? I've never really gone to Dunkin', so I don't really know if they're good. I spent a lot of time looking up info for one of my stories because one of my stories there's just two types of animal people and humans get special traits after a certain power level. Ooh. To eat. And I hope it's actually enjoyable to work at coffee shop. Yeah, I'm sure. I used to work at a coffee shop, but I was like 20 and it was my first job and I didn't get any training. The guy that was supposed to train me had a stomach virus. And so I was left upon my own the whole day. And I didn't know what to do. Do you use stable mechanical in the, I don't think so. I don't know how to do that, so I would say no. If they paid more, I'm sure people would want to work there. That's valid. That's valid. They should give away free stuff. More free stuff. Save. Okay, I did that. Okay, the only thing left is this one, which we will record in a little bit. I shall. I've worked a good amount of a lot of low-paying jobs due to poverty. Valid. Valid. I'm just flying by the skirt of my pant. Okay. This one. I'm gonna try something. This might not work. This might be fucking tedious. Main font v3 underscore v3. We're gonna do this in F. Do this in stream. We're going to go to my font. We're going to new. Okay. Do I have the SVGs? I don't, because I probably recycled them. No. Sort by date deleted. I learned fast. The mood. That's a mood though. PNGs, SVGs, store. Where did those go? V3 SVGs. Okay. Can I drag and drop an SVG? I cannot. Okay, that's fine. File, import, home. This one. Downloads. V3 SVG. SVG1. Okay. What? Oh. What? Wait, no, I gotta go back to a thing now. How do I fix overlap words? Yeah, luckily I've been working my my art job for a while now. Damn, that's crazy. I had a job that I thought was gonna last for that long, and then the company died. Smile. What am I doing? I've been very lucky. That's understandable. I'm glad. Having a stable income is nice. I work all day, every day to make sure I keep up with it. Fuck yeah. I want to try one more thing. Which... I miss the sunshine. I don't know where these are going to... Oh, man. PNGs, restore. Where did those go? I might miss stream the rest of the week. I have to download... That sounds good. My font v3 PNGs. Okay, you go over here. Okie dokie. File import. Oh, PNGs. Image. This one. Okay. Why didn't it work? Oh, it did work. Did it? Based. The Steam version is just to support us. Oh. Import. Why didn't this work? I'm so confused. Wait, so I'm curious. If I do import two, it does do it like that. Damn it. Okay. Okay. I know what I gotta do. Delete you. Go to you. Open you. I'll support once I get played. A release and a backer release. That's cool. File. Oh, I gotta. Okay. File. Save as. Flattened. Okay. These ones. This. Expand to stroke. Combine. Expand to stroke. Combine. Can I just select all these and expand them to stroke? Is that possible? I don't think that's possible. Oh, layer. Expand to stroke. The stroke. Can I make a hotkey for this? Is there a hotkey for this? Oh my god! Thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub to Mowo. Hoiwa, thank you. Settings. Shortcuts. I think it's layer. I think it's a layer. Is it in layer? Layer, expand to stroke. Yes, it is. Layer, new layer, designer, new layer. ABC, expand to stroke. Control Alt 1. Save. Cancel. Control Alt 8. Control Alt 1. Oh. Close. And this one for Alt 1. And Okay, I gotta do a thing with my mouse. Give me. Keep it. Keep it. I need another profile. And this is going to be, affinity. And this is going to be macros. Expand stroke. Well, actually, combo action. Sequence. Or keystroke. Control Alt 1. Start recording. And then file. Settings. Nope, not that one. Edit. Settings. Shortcuts. I don't know what this would be. Swear to miscellaneous edit. Layer. Actually, geometry add. Actually, reset. Hold on. I'm just gonna do it this way. No. And profiles. Details. Settings. Would you like to disable profile? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm just gonna do this. We're gonna do multi-action. Hotkey. Hotkey. Okay. Now. Yes. Boop. Woohoo! I just gotta click one button, chat. That's all I gotta do. Oh, I became dizzy for a second. Oof. Expand the stroke. Expand the stroke. Expand the stroke. Oop. Go. This one. There we go. Actually, I'm just gonna move this in front of me so I don't have to keep stretching around. This one. This one. I like how my eyes look, they're cute. Sure. That one. This one. Make a little sense. There we go. This one. This one. That one should be fine. Where's this one at? This one is angry. The rest of them should be fine though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. That one's fine, that one's fine, that one's fine. That doesn't work either. That should be okay. This one. Oh. There we go. Boop. Oh, yep. Going down. Millington Drive, you better move. Dance. Oops. Oh no. Busy dogs. This she won't, but she says she will. And your partner, round and round, into the night is coming down. Other round, into the night is coming down. What? Another round. Going down. Round and round, better move, better dance. Right? I'll remember me no one again. Oops. Why is it not doing all that I wanted to do? Okay, this one's fine. Okay, cool. Okay, these guys. One. About to go down. Round and round. End of the night is going down. Round and round. End of the night is going down. That one's already done. That one's already done. This one's already done. Which one's not done? You won't forget. You better move. There we go. This one. This one's fine. These two. These two. This one. That's fine. This one. Okay. I think this one will be fine. Where's my phone? Let's go. Add. Oh, cool. I need to go find these. The opposite. It just honestly, it depends on whatever the DJ picks. Earlier we were listening to Divorced Dad Rock and Sleep Token and stuff. But now we're just listening to this. Oh, this would be combined. Or not. I think that would be fine then. This one needs to go here. This one go here. This one. Motherfucker. I just scream about breakcore. Breakcore is nice. Personally, for me, my Adderall's wearing off, so that would be overstimulating for me. But if this was the first thing we did today, then I'd be like, got any suggestion? So go ahead, this work? I am honored. I can't wait to make it my Discord profile picture. It's gonna be my next Discord. It's gonna be my profile picture on everything. Pixels, I'll show you after stream. Actually, if you want to come in my office, I can show you now, but chat, yeah, you can show it off if you want, guys. Look, guys, look, guys, look. Look it up! Look at it! It's just a little I love it already, though. I wish I could draw like you.
Oh.
Moo. 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 I'm so that I'm blushing. You can't tell, but I'm blushing. I'm blushing so hard. Wait. Now you can tell. Beep beep. I am honored. It's an amazing sketch. Honestly, if I wasn't knee deep in doing this right now, I would make that my Discord profile picture right now. If I wasn't encompassed, you know? Honestly. Oh my god. Oh, gimme. I'm glad you guys will be gay for me. You guys will be gay for me? For me? Really? You'll be gay for me? I'm honored. I mean, really, it's all thanks to Boy Was handiwork, but yeah. You guys will be gay for me. Teehee. I'll be gay for you guys, too. I'm technically already gay for you guys, if you think about it. And I draw my wagon as a cow all the time, so I thought it was fitting. Honestly, very fitting. Very valid and very fitting, honestly. Okay, no, this is correct. Okay. Oh, shit. Combine. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's like on my other monitor and I keep like looking at it. You guys can't tell, but I keep looking at it. I just go, ooh. Tee hee. Feel so honored. Can't wait to make you my profile picture and everything. this one, this one, this one. What is this YouTube video too? What is this? I can't click it right now. I'm knee deep. I'm like so close to being done with this. What is it? What my married ass thought of? Okay, well now I gotta look. Do not lust in your heart, Jesus, you're right. That's funny. That one's fine, those are fine, those are fine. This one, and whatever these symbols mean. Alright, save. Good lord. Oh my god, my neck about to pop. Export slices. P3 SVG. Oh, I have to fix these. 2, 3, 5, 6. Okay, whatever. Downloads, V3, SVGs, export. Populate! Populate! There we go. Alright. Now, if I do this, it should work. I don't know, am I doing this wrong? What is happening? File 2? Oh, why are they all doing that? My family. What? I was going through these clips trying to find a way to write something that could sounds good. I mean, I might, because I am getting a little tired, I might record the script tomorrow. No, why is it doing this? Little one, oh my god. Defaults. One, two, three, 4. Oh, it's doing it to all of them. Why? Don't do this. Import. 1, 2, 5. Control Shift I. Okay, we need a new thingy. Hotkey, 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 hotkey. What was this? Import Control Shift I. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What? What the fuck? What happened to page 7? Oh. Oh. I see what happened. Oh, that sucks. Need 7. And F. Okay. 8. 8. Damn, it's only 10 more minutes to 10 hours? Really? Oh, fuck. Whoops! Okay, we might end soon then. I just really want this font to work. Be making me $10 gig. It's 12. At least let me get to 20. 13. 13. 14. 14. 15. Where's 15? 15. 16. Oh, why is this one weird? Wait, hold on. Wait, no, keep going. If I forget, I will forget, and then I won't be able to come back. 17. 18. Where is it? 18. 19. 20. Okay. Oh, did this one not do the combined thing? Oh shit, it looks like it didn't. Damn. I'm curious about something. Combine. Go here, go to... Oh, I see they all have it. Okay. I think I'm gonna go deal with this off stream, because this feels a little spicy. And I really don't know why it has all these borders. So I'm gonna go fix that off stream. I love you guys. Oh, my brain is dying. Who are we raiding? Who are we gonna go raid? Who are we gonna go raid? Well, obviously let this song play as I figure out who to raid, obviously. Who are we gonna go raid? Who's streaming? It's so late. Nobody's like streaming. What's a move-a-thon? Oh, they're doing a move-a-thon. What is this? What is this? Oh, they're watching something. Are they sleeping? Oh, they're sleeping. Oh, I see. Okay. Noxus plays Pokemon Black. What is the Alchemist doing? The Alchemist is doing stuff. Let's go raid the Alchemist. Alright. You guys have fun over there. Thank you for hanging out. We'll be back tomorrow. Different day, new shit. Same shit. Who knows? But I love you guys, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for all the raids. Thank you to the hold on, can I just the raids? Thank you, Sino. Thank you, J Crew, and thank you, Ray, for the raids. It means a fucking lot to me that you guys believe in me. Thank you, Kiwi. There's the raid message. That's not how you raid someone. That's not how you raid. There you go. Enjoy the raid. Have fun in their stream. You don't have to use the command or the raid message, but if you do, I'd appreciate it if you did, because I know where you came from. But otherwise, I love you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow, because my brain's eepy. But mwah! Goodbye! Goodbye!